What's up, guys? I'm gonna get started in a moment. Sorry for being a couple moments late. Hope you're all doing great. Hope you're ready to go momentarily. Just waiting on the player and getting some videos sorted before I come on camera and all the rest. Alright, hello everyone. Sorry for, like I say, a moment or two of delay getting going. Hope you're all doing well. Just getting some stuff sorted out as we're going to dive into some games here. So we've got 6 best of 3s today for you all as we enter the WardiTV October event. Today is going to be Group A. And already I think starting off on a pretty fun group as we're going to be having Rogue, HARSTEM, SHOWTIME, and ByuN playing a round robin as well. So everybody plays everybody. 6 best of 3s in total. We're going to be diving into our sponsored content on Twitch after that as well. So if you're on Twitch, you can check out Space Tales with me. That should be fun. There was some good fun yesterday. Today will be more of the same. And yeah. Alright, we'll get ready to kick off into Oceanborn in a couple of moments. Just wait for everyone to join the lobby and we'll be off and away. So obviously pretty fun group here. Only 2 players advanced is going to move into an 8-player bracket, so a 16-player group stage. 4 players in each group, 2 players advance. First and second move through. Third and fourth end up eliminated. So we don't really do 4-player round robin a lot, but 5 best of 3s honestly just does not really cut it a lot of the time. I mean, there's a lot of days where we stream 10 best of 3s, and that's a pretty reasonable stream. So 5 best of 3s just ain't it anymore. So we're going to do the round robin 4-player group. Like I said, it's not a common format we use. There is the risk of some tiebreakers, but it means that we can just have an extra game. And we get to see everyone versus everyone, which I think is very cool. Instead of sometimes in these groups you have the first match is just and then you get the rematch, and it's like, you know, it's not ideal. So yeah, that's what's going on. As we'll take a few moments and we'll kick off into this. HARSTEM is just BRB. Typical. But once HARSTEM's back, we'll be able to kick this off and get into the action. Go into some games as we ready ourselves up for this next match. Alright, HARSTEM joins us here, and we should be good to go, guys. Welcome to a little bit of PvZ to start the day off. HARSTEM Rogue, best of 3 action. Everything best of 3 today. So 6 best of 3s. That's the nice part of this, that we know that this is straight up just going to be like 6 best of 3s, and that's going to be what happens. Let's just wait for HARSTEM to say go, go, go. The slowest Protoss player I've ever known, I gotta say. This man is so slow. There we go. GG. Go, go. Good luck. Have fun. All being called. Let's get some game sounds into this as we get ready to kick off into our Protoss versus Zerg to start off the day. Order of matches just to run you through. We're going to start with HARSTEM versus Rogue, then SHOWTIME versus HARSTEM. And then we're going to go from there into SHOWTIME versus Rogue himself. And then ByuN versus HARSTEM, ByuN versus Rogue, and ByuN versus SHOWTIME. So all the ByuN games just at the end then. We'll get into those a bit later on, of course. Everything live today as well, unless something crazy happens. The plan is to have pretty much all the matches in this event live. I know sometimes when we have the 5-player groups, we do some matches from replays. The benefit of this is less matches, but everything is live. So, yeah, here we go. In the top left-hand side, our red Protoss player. This is going to be HARSTEM. Taking on the blue Zerg in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, we have ourselves Rogue. As we kick off this best of 3, I'm going to get extract a cheeky little cancel right there, so just going to cancel that up. And as we get ourselves up and rolling. So hatchery on the way, gate and the gas coming up on the side of HARSTEM, the probe in production as well. We get that settled down. Well, now we look to see where this game is going to be going. Ourselves the spawning pool dropping into place. Again, the hatchery is building up. The drone is on the way through. A couple of drones actually on the way out right now. So just bringing those up and into play. See the Overlord currently heading across the map. So just going to be heading to the upper left-hand side. Look to see what perhaps it can get up to here over the next few moments. Probe comes down and across, and again we do see our spawning pool and the hatch and the gas, everything coming in. Everything's pretty peaceful for our first few moments here. Nothing to scream and shout about right away. I'm sure we'll get into some interesting stuff as we make our way through this. Probably going to drop the little GG next to the hatchery. HARSTEM, look at that, offensively GG and his opponent. First two and a bit minutes of the game. He's already going to get himself kicked out of here or beaten up by Rogue because of it, I'm sure. Has a couple things pulled back. The probe is going to go back to patrolling. Adept on the way up. The warp gate is coming through. It's going to have ourselves an Overlord and a couple of Queens continue to build from Rogue as well. So continue to get that setup underway. Let's see what may happen. Again, our probe on the way up. Just going to have ourselves the Adept making its way around the sides. 6 lings currently coming out as well. It's going to get those 6 lings on the way. The Queen continues to come through. The drone and the hatchery building up as well. So all of that continues in. Thanks for coming up. A few more lings and the Queen continue through as well. Nicely coming up. Just going to be seeing our warp gate coming in. Let's get ourselves the couple extra probes producing as well. We do have ourselves the Overlord just scouting forwards from Rogue, so he's going to be able to see this first Oracle on the way up, for example. Be able to get some information. A little bit of information gathering going on. Again, a couple of Queens are coming out. The ling speed is halfway done for the moment. Overlord's on the way. Spore also in production. Again, those few creep tumors continue to come about for the moment. Oracle moves back down towards the bottom right-hand side again. Twilight Council and a few gates coming up. That Nexus is about to finish. Our probes are still on the way out. Let's have ourselves the Oracle just lingering outside the bases of Rogue. Not going to make much of a move just yet. Just going to hang there for a couple of moments. The Oracle going to get jumped on by the Queens. And a couple of gates coming up. The Resonant Glaives coming through. The probes continuing to produce the Oracle. Is going to move around. A couple of queens will drop some creep tumors down as well. Thing's going to run up. Just going to have ourselves the Adept. Going to take some damage. The rest of these Adepts taking shots as well. The other couple of Adepts coming through. A few Lings are going to get grabbed. Again, Baneling that's coming up. Zerglings still on the way. The +1 melee upgrade as well. So seeing what sort of style Rogue's going to play. As HARSTEM goes into Resonating Glaives on his follow-up, Rogue is just going to play that Ling Bane. So an interesting little combination of things happening here. Do you see that Oracle escaping out up the right-hand side for the moment? It's just going to get away from there nice and quickly. Just continue coming about. A couple of drones taking shots. The rest of our devs continue to come through. Again, the Resonating Glaives is about to be done, so this is go time for HARSTEM. This is absolutely like, let's see what we can do territory. But the Banes are morphing. This is not a, obviously this is not a Warp Prism kind of Glaives because we went with the Stargates first, so without the Warp Prism and reinforcements, it's very tough, because if you do eat a few Banelings, then the Zerglings will just run through and clean you up, because you can't build additional Lings at any point. Temps will come over again, a few Lings taking damage once more. Gonna get those couple of Zards, gonna get there, try and fight those Lings off as well. Temp's gonna fire, a few more Lings taking damage. We are going to see now Rogue counter-attacking. So Ling Bane shows up. I mean, this is very scary for HARSTEM if these Adepts do not get away from those Banelings. Honestly, pretty good split. Of course, as you split, oh, that is actually nice. The Shade comes in just as he's done splitting. However, more Banes are going to run in toward the natural. Good warp in. No, it's a gap in the wall still. Rogue's counter-aggression here, only on 46 drones, so he's just sending it, and right now, he's having a good time. Of course, has some serious work to do, has a lot of probes to kill to put himself in an even position in this game. As a few more Adepts get walked in, the Banes are going to hit the front again. The Adepts and the Zealots taking some more damage there as well. $17 probes going down. Now, HARSTEM's actually still in a worker lead. That's just how committed Rogue was to this. So he still has more work to do. He's up in army supply right now, but a scary thing is, like, Lings will not always do what they need to here. I see them moving up again. Gonna go try and wrap around that Stalker. The couple of probes continue to run away. Bane unable to really break through, and especially with Archons up now as well, HARSTEM's obviously going to be able to trade so good against these units. He's about to have his +1. And you're going to see Rogue, who is only just now finishing up Lad Tech, is going to be in some trouble. Another Zealot warping in here as HARSTEM tries to get the Prism ready to put some action in, but the Ling Bane is quick to get over. A single Zealot, believe it or not, is not going to do anything, so that's going to be a pullback there. Archon's going to fire, and Overlord taking damage. Zealot drops off into the corner. How about Roach firing? The Zealot's still taking some shots as well. Let's see how Lings are going to get the Zealot killed. Gateways will be dropping down. There's that Temple Archives. Corona boosting as the Storm is coming up. So Storm on the way, Charge on the way, +2 attack halfway done as well. Gonna rock over. A couple of Zealots going to be there. We are going to go back and forth. Couple of probes coming through. The Ling's going to jump onto those rocks. Just going to see the Zealot and the Adept coming about as well. And it's just going to be seeing the Zealots could really do with Charge, but HARSTEM on his way. I mean, HARSTEM's been given a road to, obviously, yeah, really set up as he wishes in this game, and he's going to end up on all this good tech such as Storm and Charge in a very comfortable way. So definitely nice as our links continue to the upper left. As going to be seen our units still gathering in the center. Got that +2 attack, the Storm, the Charge, all of that about to finish up. Zald's going to run into this mineral line. A couple of drones will begin to go down. Zerglings just going to be running in. Those Zealots able to stand and fight. We pull back a little bit. We load back into the Prism as well. The Bane's coming through, and the Zealots will fall. Zealots the +3 attack. Now Stargate and the Fleet Beacon HARSTEM just saying, you know what, you give me an opportunity, and I will work with it. And so he is going to roll that forwards, as we do have the Fleet Beacon on the way up over there as well. So bring that Fleet Beacon through. And again, the Stargate coming online. Our +3 attack coming up. The Sentry, High Templar, and all the rest continuing into play for now. I see the rest of the units coming back over. Again, Roach Ravager continues to move about. A couple of Zealots going down. Just going to see a couple of hallucinations popping up as well. The Archon Immortal, High Templar Force collecting in the center as our hallucinations will head down toward the bottom right-hand side. Well, just have ourselves a hallucination, taking some damage. Still taking some shots as we go. Again, a couple of carriers coming up. +1 air weapons is coming through. The +3 attack is coming by as well. Just going to see our units trying to get into the middle of the map here. Sage Swords are going to help a little bit. Good force field on the left. Did we need the force fields maybe more to the south side of this? Not really just yet. And when we have Storm, as we get back to the choke point, we can use that Storm to help. So let's see our army coming back up towards the high ground. Now a couple carriers on the way up. One upgrades coming through. Again, the Adrenal Gland's coming up as well. Spire is about to finish. Again, that extra group of spines just from Rogue. They need to be brought through. Our Ling's going to jump up to the top and hit that Nexus. A couple of carriers intercepting it away, and we are going to be seeing just so far HARSTEM's army is looking obviously untouchable. For Rogue, he's been a little bit behind tech-wise all game long. That's not really changing. And HARSTEM definitely looking very strong currently. Again, all of this coming off of just such a strong opener. That's a great set of storms. That west side army getting absolutely obliterated by bad weather. And then just the brunt of HARSTEM's army going to take the fight on the south side. And once again, that's going to be just plain and simple. You take a lead like that early, and HARSTEM plays it out very comfortably to take the 1-0 lead against a Rogue who's looked very good lately. And so HARSTEM getting the first map. Going to show up a little bit there. That's a great start. That's going to make this group interesting, I think, as we get ready to jump into game number 2. As we're going to be going to the west server, but also onto Golden Aura, which pretty nice map for HARSTEM as well, in terms of if you want to play a similar style without necessarily Rogue getting into like a bad position from his start. You can actually play Golden Aura and absolutely see a lot of tech coming online and all of that good stuff. So see how that goes as some races get swapped. And we can go. Finally, the year of HARSTEM you've been waiting for so many years. Yeah, maybe. Maybe this is all we need. Alright, go. Perfect. So, I'm going to head into game number 2 here, and it is going to be HARSTEM to lead this 1-0 in the best of 3 series. I'm going to head into our game 2 in just a couple of moments. Get this on the way. Get this rolling. See what's going to happen. So Golden Aura, like I say, pretty nice Protoss map, even if this does not go amazingly for Rogue right from the start. That's, yeah, I mean, even if this doesn't go amazingly for HARSTEM, sorry, right at the start, this can still be a map where you can play that longer game on, get set up, play the defensive positions. The one thing I'd be scared of if I was HARSTEM going into this match would honestly be playing against potentially Mutalisks. That's the sort of thing that Rogue might do on a big map like Golden Aura. I think that has the largest chance of problems going around, to be honest. HARSTEM bottom right is the blue Protoss player taking the 1-0 lead. It is just best of 3. Everything is best of 3 today, guys. Again, just a best of 3 round robin 4-player group. As in the top left, our red Zerg is going to be Rogue. A couple of drones start to mine up. Okay, when the gas coming through, we have our Overlord of Rogue starting to head through the center of the map. Overlord heading down. Again, Nexus coming up and settled in. Here we go. Overlord coming down that bottom right side. The probe heading up towards the upper left. Patrolling, getting a couple of Queen's feelings coming up. The Nexus dropping down in that natural as well. We continue to bring that through as the Overlord will be making its way down the left-hand side. Overlord chilling. Depth is going to go shading upwards. Link speed coming through. And a couple of Lings, the Queen, all coming about. Going to be seeing the group Cuba. Going to be taking some damage. So a couple of shots coming about. There's the Adept. We'll fire up some shots. We'll step back a second here. Can we just play the waiting game of seeing where we're going to take this one? Obviously, Stargate is building from HARSTEM. It's still coming up. Queen building. Snatch PR. Dropping the 2-month resub on the Prime as we take a chill couple of minutes on this one. I say thank you, Mushon FR, for the 14-month resub. I feel like I missed it in amongst the end of that last game. Thank you so much, guys, for the resubs. I appreciate it. You guys are doing great. I was going to see a few Lings coming over. Oracle is going to access. Just going to be clearing up. Let's see, those Lings going to go jumping onto the Nexus right away here. Oracle overhead doesn't really have much energy, so this Nexus might actually be in some trouble as Rogue only has 27 drones. HARSTEM needs to really just focus on not letting this go for more than it should be, and already letting those first few Lings in is kind of a step in the wrong direction, unfortunately. The Oracle finishing up soon. He needs to try and protect these Adepts. I don't think HARSTEM should worry, honestly, too much about this third base. Like, it's going to die anyway. And now, by walking out, you potentially give yourself, or give your opponent the chance to surround. And, yeah, I feel like the Oracle should just activate, protect the natural. Yeah, you lose the base, but Rogue committed a lot of Lings to this instead of drones. We have spores still coming up on the side of Rogue as well. A few drones still on the way. Overlord is going to finish very shortly. Spores and drones all continuing out. There's a few group teamers coming up as well, so we continue to bring that through for the moment. Get all of that brought on in. Depth and Oracle just going to fight. The Lings get turned around. Let's see how Lings is going to take some wax. Is going to have the Adepts continue to come through. Settling as we have the couple of Stalkers firing up and some Lings continue to take damage. So Oracle's come up into the center again, +1 and Blink continues through. The couple Stalkers of HARSTEM still warping in. Got ourselves extra gateways. Continuing to be added for the moment. Temple Archive still coming up as well. He's gonna get there. Oracles get pushed around. He's just going to get across again. The Oracle's going to get turned away. So Oracle's getting pushed back at the moment. +1 missiles, road speed coming up. The Hydra Den continue to build, about halfway done. A couple of similar hitters. The cannon, the Robo facility, all coming up also as our Storm is going to be started on that production tab here on the side of HARSTEM. He's getting to where I think he wants to be. Again, Rogue kind of getting aggressive early. Definitely, I think HARSTEM holding it well enough. Yes, you lost the third base, but you get rebuilt from here. I mean, your opponent's on the way to this time a missile upgrade, so not going to be focusing on the Lings as much, but focusing on just kind of Hydras and probably Roaches as well, as you see the Roach speed is on the way. Nexus goes on to the 4th again, Storm building, just going to get our Blink coming through. Got ourselves a few Roaches still in production as well on the side of Rogue, so we get those Roaches coming on in. Yeah, 13 Roaches coming up. Roach speed building. Let's see, Roach Hydra is going to be coming through, and the rest of the Ravagers coming across. Heading down that bottom right side. Oracle goes down immediately, so HARSTEM may not get a revelation of, but he is aware of what's happening. This is a moment in which HARSTEM is building a Stargate number 2 and a Fleet Beacon. May not have any use for that here. He needs to make sure he survives this. There's no Immortals in play either, so he can't use any of those against Roaches, which would be amazing. He does have Storms, but of course it's about finding the correct Storms to make this the most possible, or most probable defense. And I think those are pretty good Storms. Lets the army walk in a little bit. We've seen the army coming across, and the rest of the Roach Ravager continue to come through. Templar's still chilling, Stalker's moving back up. A couple of Roaches begin to go down. Super Battery is still active here as the Nexus is obviously going to be the big target. If you can get rid of this 4th base of HARSTEM, then Rogue would probably see this as a win. Good Storm. I think quite a lot of the Lings. We are going to have ourselves this army continue to push through. Stalkers have a Blink to get away. Our High Templars are running out of energy. I think that one may have a Storm soon, but it was taking a lot of damage. It just about gets away for now. 4th base will be lost. There's an Immortal. That's a great addition here. But a little late to the party. That said, Rogue is sitting at, what, 74 to 67 workers. So the work coun's still fine for HARSTEM. This is really a question mark of continuing to play this defense as we get one more Storm off. Unfortunately, loses the Immortal, which is the one thing I was really loving about that. But not far from having +2 attack. We can just preserve units and utilize the Blink Stalkers effectively. I think HARSTEM's in a pretty good position still, especially +2 attack will help him to shred. Loses another Oracle. A little bit of a shame losing that Revelation potential and just keeping an eye on the units more easily. As Rogue is going to back it up, but hey, HARSTEM gets a hold out of this, right? I mean, it feels honestly pretty okay for our Dutch Protoss player. Captain. Well, Adrenal Gland's coming up. 12 Lurkers on the way out from Rogues. All of those coming about as well. So he's going to shoot a couple of those Lurkers going down. A few Lings will get picked away at also. Stoke's going to die. Ravager gets grabbed. Azel's going to jump onto this Lurker Den, man. They're just shy of being able to cancel the Seismic Spines. The Adaptive Talons is taking a bunch of transfusions, but it will go down. So the Lurker Den is still lost. And Rogue, he already has 11 Lurkers out. Like I said, it's a shame we don't get that cancel on the Seismic Spines. It would make breaking out of this position here just so much easier. This is a moment where HARSTEM is going to be very thankful he has the Stargate and is able to be on his way to Tempest right now. But at the same time, he's very sad he doesn't have a couple more Immortals to really have the bulk that he might need to break out of this. Single Oracle as well, so he's going to be somewhat limited on the Revelations he can drop for information gathering and for detection onto those Lurkers consistently. He's sending some more Zealots up across the map. Looks as though he'll give up the 4th base and just try to rely on getting a higher Tempest count going in order to stand up in this game. I don't hate the idea. But Zealots charge through. Queens are going to begin to take a bunch of damage. And a couple spies on the way as Rogue preps for the Tempest, gets ready to have an answer to them. And with HARSTEM having lost that 4th base, he is just struggling to break out of the 3. And like I say, the Tempest may begin to provide that for a little bit here. That's exactly what the Spires are for, to make sure that these Tempests do not become a hugely controlling factor in the game. More Hydras hitting away. The Tempests have to step back a little bit. +2 missiles on the way up from Rogue as well, so really powering up all of this Hydra Lurker force. Hydra's gonna come out over that left-hand side. Zealot is gonna take some shots. Again, that Lurker Den's still about halfway done currently. Looks to continue to fight. Flying Crawler taking damage. The Queens are going to get there to pick away the Zealots. And again, our Lurker Den continue to come through. So that Lurker Den is going to be finishing shortly as that Tempest come up. Hydra is going to get grabbed. Good Storm on those Hydralisks. Going to help out as well. Is obviously big, and like I said before, they're going to be the way you kind of push through these Tempests, and that's going to really just make it so that HARSTEM does not really manage to continue pushing out, basically. Hydra's just going to gather up. We do have ourselves the Void and the Tempest building up as well. The +2 weapons is coming up at +3 ground weapons as well. But I mean, how long can we just sit on these 3 bases for? I guess HARSTEM's goal or hope is to kind of have Rogue attack into him, maybe take a bad fight, and HARSTEM get onto the map after that and maybe make a big push. I think Stalker just going to step up. The Overseer's And the Corruptor's going to be hanging around. Our Stalker blinks to the side. That gets taken out as well. Stalker's going to blink forward here, and a couple of those Corruptors begin to go down. 2 Corruptors get taken out immediately. And HARSTEM's has got to play it cautiously, but the problem is if he plays it cautiously, Rogue is doing the correct things, which is just taking the map, spreading creep everywhere, having a lot of bases up and running, and just the ability to, even if he gets, takes one bad fight, he has the ability to kind of get back into the game still. Not just that, but I think also just the fact that Rogue is not just attacking in. He recognizes that HARSTEM's way to win this game is probably sitting back and Rogue attacking in and taking a bad fight. And Rogue is just playing around that concept very well so far. Attempts come up, Lurker's taking damage. And if you continue to bow, +3 missiles, +1 melee continuing up as well. He's going to get a few shots off. The Lurkers are making a move. This is what HARSTEM's been waiting for. Rogue to just dive on in. Corruptor's coming forwards. The Time Warp will go down as well. He drops some more Storms across the Hydras. I mean, you can't pick much better of a fight than this as HARSTEM. It's been very good for him, and he is going to see Rogue drop down to, 120 supply. Rogue remaxes mostly on 24 Corruptors. We'll have to get some ground units up as well. He's building Hydras. We'll obviously have to replace some of the Lurkers here. He's actually going to start storming Corruptors right now. A couple of Archons trying to get underneath. There's still a couple of Lurkers that remain. A little frustrating as that one Zealot going to swipe down 3 of the Hydras. That single Zealot obviously had a buddy in the end, but 3 Hydras went down as they were just so low. Going to activate up and just going to see a couple of those Corruptors still dropping. The army moving up the left-hand side. Zealots on the right side trying to get involved as well. There's a couple of Storms going to start coming out. This is super high Corruptor count. That said, if we win the fight on the ground, which should just be HARSTEM's priority, drop the Storms on the Hydras and just focus there, then these Corruptors may not matter. We're going to recall the Tempest. Love that, because like I say, now the Corruptors don't really have much to do. And HARSTEM, on this other side of the map, I mean, Rogue is building only Hydras. The Hydras then just went down. So actually, as he continues to build Hydras here, he will not be able to build no more. He morphs in 3 Lurkers on the right side. He's starting to build Roaches instead. HARSTEM's going to find one of the Spires. I mean, Lurkers may absolutely just be the answer here in the end. The Lurker Den now taking damage as well as HARSTEM works his way through a lot of the tech. This army is trapped, by the way, right? This army does not get out alive. Good blink to block those Hydras from escaping. Because this army can't get away because we just saw him use the recall on the Tempests. Now a few Corruptors across the map, Caustic Spray, and they're putting in some serious work. Do we have detection here? We really do not, do we? Oh no, no detection at all. So he's going to have to start stepping backwards. There are observers on the map. Where are those obs? Let's take a look. 1 and 2, yeah, both back at home. So HARSTEM kind of needs to fix that problem. As continues on that left-hand side, this base went down. A lot of Roaches got made. Again, just does not have detection to fight this. As High Templars are going to be struggling for energy as well. We see the Corruptors are going to run in. Like I say, they do not really provide much, but maybe they tank some shots. As HARSTEM's force is just going to get caught. I actually wonder if he had the detection there, if he would have been okay, because it felt as though he maybe could have fought 2 or 3 Lurkers that were there. And maybe that army does get out, and maybe this game goes on. Not the case in the end, and HARSTEM will tap out to give Rogue game 2 and to give us a game 3. Head into this third map in a couple of moments as we have the final game going to take place on Site Delta. Yo, BGF89, thank you so much for this Prime sub. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well as we get ready for game 3. Fun series. Like I say, HARSTEM knew exactly what he had to play for in that situation, and he gave himself a really good chance given the scenario. As we'll load into Site Delta here in just a second. Get this on the go. What's up, Dustin's Place as well? 2-year resub. Welcome back. Thank you so much for resubscribing for 2 whole years. Thank you very much. As go ready GLHF is being called. Everyone needs to set their race. Rogue especially needs to set his race over to Zerg. He's currently set to play Terran. There we go. Perfect. Alright, game number 3 coming up. Great game. Like I say, HARSTEM played to his outs. Just couldn't quite make it happen. GLHF going to get called. Alright, in game, let's do it. In the top left-hand side is going to be our red Zerg player. This is Rogue, bringing it back and tying up this series. Excited to see what he can do today. I think, like, to me, Rogue should kind of make it out of this group, but, like, he's a little bit of a wild card as well. It's a very competitive group, honestly. Very competitive group, as in the bottom right corner of the map. Our blue Protoss player is HARSTEM. Game number 3, as we get this on the way. Got moments of setting up, guys. See what builds we get. Obviously, kind of expecting a Stargate again out of HARSTEM. Would be kind of weird to see anything outside of a Stargate, to be honest. So, expecting Stargate to begin with. I mean, so many of the Protoss builds just begin Stargate and go from there. Yeah, Stargate's been fine for him. Stargate into Glaives. The last game just more Stargate. I honestly don't think the opening was bad for HARSTEM. Just could have been done with a couple of little things. Couple of little things to kind of protect that fourth base. I think when he lost that Immortal as well, when he first got an Immortal out, then he kind of just let it die. It's kind of sad because that should have sped up the defense and that could have made a big difference as well. Drops the hatchery on the third base, puts that into place. The council about to finish up from HARSTEM, the Adept and the Warp Gate coming through, Lings building from Rogue as we get that settled in. Jeff's joined towards the upper left-hand side. I have Resonating Glaives coming up. Just going to be seeing the Warp Gate coming through. The extra gates coming online on the side of HARSTEM. Rotoran building. So this was a bit of a difference right from the start. Obviously, this was straight to the Twilight Council rather than playing the Twilight Council after the Stargate. Resonating Glaives halfway done currently. There's a few Adepts continue to warp in and going to start moving out and toward the center of the map. Just going to begin to bring that through, and the Adepts step up. A couple of those Lings begin to go down as well. A little bits of damage being dealt currently. Do you have our Adepts continue to build up on the side of HARSTEM? Obviously, Resonating Glaives is nearly finished. And Rogue is going to defend this with what? Just Lings and Queens. That's a bold call to try and defend this with Ling Queen, especially because I feel like he's had the scouting to know this is coming to begin prepping a Rotoran or so. Oh, he has a Rotoran. Apologies. I just looked at the unit tab and I saw Lings, and I only saw Lings in production. But he actually does have a Rotoran. So 6 Rotoras on the way. Well, yeah, perfect. That's what I wanted, clearly. And that's what he is, that's what the plan is the Adepts move over. Just going to be sitting and hitting this hatchery. Adepts will shade, just going to be seeing the Queens are still making their way after those Adepts as well. Step up once again. Just going to have our roaches going to come through. The adepts are going to fire it up, and again the Dark Shrine is on the way on the side of HARSTEM. So this adept start has not done too much here as he shades in. He realizes that is not a good call. Rogue has not made drones, by the way. Pure unit production. That's exactly what the Dark Shrine should do very well against here. No lair, no detection available. DTs will do great. He's going to get wrapped around. Next is the pylon taken down. The adepts continue to come over. I mean, we're going to lose the third base, but I think that's kind of a given. The adepts shade out onto the map. I mean, DTs are going to be ready in a moment. Lair just now stunned, so you can obviously force field it by a little bit of time here. Then you have to warp in DTs to start dealing some damage. HARSTEM has to do that now before he loses a pylon and gets supply blocked. Two DTs warp in. They're going to start going through and swiping their way through these units. So now it's a question, now it's a race to see who can do the most damage, as these adepts are obviously going to come through looking for a whole ton of drones. The Ling Ravager is in the natural of HARSTEM, so that goes without saying that that's going to be looking for a ton of damage. So far, 16 probes have gone down to 4 drones, but these adepts have yet to be cleaned up. They're going to get to the main base here. That's going to be a bunch of drones because they do not pull away as Rogue loses attention for a moment. DTs need to keep being busy. I feel like the DTs are starting to focus on the Ravagers as well. It's taking some of the damage out as the Lings come through, and our lair is about to finish. So when the lair finishes, it becomes interesting because then you have access to the Overseers, and then the DTs are not as much of a defense. However, you can morph those DTs into Archons and maybe just use them as a continued defense, as work accounts were favoring HARSTEM until a moment ago. These last few Lings have just done enough, apparently, as HARSTEM has to tap GG, and Rogue is going to do it on the counterattack to the Adept attack. Really felt as though maybe he was going to be kind of in trouble to the DTs, but it just didn't do enough damage in time. He couldn't buy enough time before that became a factor. GG's. Alright, guys. It's going to be our first match of the day all wrapped up, as we're going to be heading into some PvP with SHOWTIME versus HARSTEM coming up next. So we're going to get that ready to go, and it's going to be over on the European server, so we're going to hop on over there and get that ready to begin. We'll see you guys in a few moments' time for more StarCraft 2 action. You're watching WardiTV October Group A. HARSTEM versus SHOWTIME next. ByuN and Rogue also compiling in this group. So we'll see you guys in just a few for that HARSTEM SHOWTIME PvP series. Be right back. My music player is just like refusing to work today. Ay. It's so quiet without the music. I feel awkward actually just muting up. Ay. I'm gonna try open it one more time. Oh, okay. We'll just have StarCraft sounds then. Why not? StarCraft sounds. Be right back, you guys. Alright guys, just waiting for videos to come through here between Showtime and HARSTEM. Shouldn't be too long. They've been videoing for a moment or two. Thank you for sitting with us through the ads. I will just take a moment to say, obviously, if you're watching on the YouTube channel, we do have the YouTube stream live today. Go and check it out on YouTube. It's youtube.com/WardiTV. Yeah, if you want to support the YouTube, super easy. Literally just click the like button. It's so easy. It takes a second. Helps us out massively. And the YouTube streams have actually been doing quite nicely the last few days. So if you guys want to help us out, I mean, I'm going to show you guys how easy it is. Why not? It's this easy, right? You go to youtube.com/WardiTV. Okay, you guys see this? youtube.com/WardiTV. You're like, whoa, live WardiTV October. Okay, well, look like that. Then you see me and you're like, whoa, this stream's really good. So you click the like button, just like that. So you can do that and say hello in the YouTube chat. And yeah, honestly, really does help. Really does go a long way to helping out. Oh my god, we're about to have YouTubeception. You ready for this? It's going to be the YouTube feed of the YouTube feed of the YouTube feed. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. How much YouTubeception do we do? Well, okay, one more time, one more YouTubeception, and we'll one more YouTubeception. Oh my god, it's Wardy and Wardy. So yeah, guys, head on over to YouTube, click the like button. I'll even, if you just want to help when you're on Twitch, I'll give you guys the link in the Twitch chat, so you can actually just head on over there and give it a like. It really does help. So if you want to check that out, you can do so. I mean, some people prefer watching on YouTube as well, so check that out if you want. Alright, we're good to go. PvP, Showtime versus HARSTEM. We are going to kick this off. As we get into Oceanborn. Kick off into game number 1 of this best of 3 PvP action, guys. And we get into this. Thank you for joining us, of course. Obviously, if you do head on to the YouTube channel, don't forget you can subscribe there as well. We're having the smallest resurgence of all time when it comes to YouTube subscribers. For the last, like, 3 years, we've been stuck between 41 and 43,000 YouTube subs, and this last month or so, we're starting to push up 100 or something. Yeah, I don't know. I think the days are gone where the YouTube channel grows subscriber-wise, but always worth mentioning it a little bit. We're going to push the YouTube a little next couple of weeks, I think. Anyways, in the top left-hand side, our red pro display here is going to be the wonderful Showtime. In the bottom right, our green Protoss player. It is going to be HARSTEM. Again, number 1 is best of 3 PvP. And we'll see where this goes. HARSTEM, obviously, a loss on the day to start off with is not the best position to be in, but hopefully one he can recover from a little bit. Showtime, good chance to move out of this group as well. Very much still looking forward to Showtime against the Koreans, to be honest. I think that's going to be some great games. After this series, we'll have Showtime versus Rogue, and I'm actually going to be diving into all of the Going to be diving into all of the ByuN matches. They will be rounding out the day again. Everything will be live. Space Cowboy doing my part. Hell yeah! Thank you so much for dropping on the YouTube, giving that like. Appreciate it. Who is Cowboy? This is HARSTEM. Man figured out how to become a YouTube sensation. Still hasn't figured out how to log into his account called HARSTEM on the European server, but that's okay. Certain things are more difficult than others, you know. But you just gotta remember that, right? He changed name after last game. It's the server swap. I think on this account on NA is called HARSTEM, but then his HARSTEM account on NA is called something else. Man just needs to make a tournament account, which he uses for every event on every server. You log into it, That's okay. It's not really a big deal. Doesn't make much difference on our side. We know who he is. People in chat know who he is. People can answer the questions if people have them. Easy peasy. Have our adept moving about. The oracle coming up as well as we get settled into these next few moments. Adept is just going to get taken down there. It's actually going to grab that nice and quickly. Also, pick that off. And wait to see what our next moves are going to be as the Oracle from HARSTEM comes across the other side. So HARSTEM going to be trying to control this game with the Oracles and trying to pick up information with those, while SHOWTIME has the sentries and hence hallucinations to be able to scout with and to see what else is going on. I'll dive in. One probe goes down. Who am I favoring? SHOWTIME. SHOWTIME's been extremely good lately. I think it's very hard not to pick SHOWTIME in any match that he plays right now, honestly. He is extremely good across the board. I think SHOWTIME is an absolute beast. The Oracle there comes in and whacks away. A couple probes go down. Probes going to get there. Again, probes going down already, so 5 workers dropping. It's not bad for HARSTEM. He's going to take a worker lead, but he's going to have the worst army. Right? He's going to be having to build Immortals defensively against the Blink Stalkers. SHOWTIME will likely be able to take a faster third base because of that as well, so there's a lot of benefits in that regard. Stalker's going to get that. Just keep that Oracle pushed away for a couple of moments. Stalkers, sentries, actually going to move on the map from SHOWTIME. Going to try and apply some pressure, especially as you've chased Oracles down, killed one, the other is low. Opportunity to kind of push over, but there's an Immortal out that should keep you safe enough. If this was Blink on the way from HARSTEM, it wasn't ready yet, that could be a possibility for SHOWTIME to do something, but with the Immortal out, I don't think there's going to be much chance. In the end, he has a slightly faster third base, but not overly so. Force fields obviously can manipulate the way that this fight turns out. Great force fields actually from SHOWTIME, allows him to hit the Nexus a few times as well. Obviously not close enough to getting a kill or anything, but decent start. As our Stalkers pull back around into the center of the map. So just going to pull back over there. Stalkers getting back in the center again, charging +1 on the way. Let's see a few probes, a couple of gates coming up, Stalker continuing in. Hallucination just going to be setting up in the skies. A couple of Stalkers, the Immortals, out in the Sentry coming through as well. A couple of Stalkers will hit against Hallucination as well. So you see that poking forward. Oracle will take some more damage. To gather them, we just have ourselves again the charge build on both sides. +1 attack is coming through. Just have ourselves the gateways building up for now. And the +2 attack on the way from HARSTEM as well. So he's going to be on an upgrade lead. So that's one of the benefits that HARSTEM holds here at this point of the match. SHOWTIME just finishing up his Temple Archives. HARSTEM one just getting his going. The Oracle just going to set down another stasis ward. We do have Temple Archives and the gateways continue to come across for the moment. Archon's going to start morphing in. Cell Stalker's going to fly it. It's going to be then cleaned up a little bit. We have the rest of this army. Stepping forward from HARSTEM. There's a fourth base coming up from both players. And the macro PvP is very much so on its way. Let's do attack finishing up very shortly here from HARSTEM. Just going to get that completed. A couple light Templars on the way as well. And again, HARSTEM is going to have that upgrade lead. +2 finishing now, but it's only going to last for a little while. It's not going to last a long time in any stretch of the imagination. So, something to look on there. Dark on Immortal coming around the right side. ByuN's just warping in. And we are going to step up. Zealot's Dog going to get pushed away a little bit. Here we go. Harkon's firing it up. A lot of those Zealots taking damage right away, but Showtime's army is looking pretty good in return. HARSTEM, for anything that he has, Showtime just kind of has as well. HARSTEM's already built into the +3, but that's not going to be a factor just yet. Now, going to blink forwards. We will get rid of the Prism, and that will deny that. Oh, the Warpin will actually go off. Never mind, the Prism actually wasn't taking damage. Maybe I missaw that, actually. Am I crazy? That must be crazy. It must be something else underneath that was taking damage that wasn't the Prism. Looked like it was, though. It's going to continue to come down the bottom. This is going to catch. It's actually kind of nice from HARSTEM. Maybe a way back into this if we can clean up these units super efficiently. And +3 attack finishing from HARSTEM in a moment. Just got the +3 from Showtime starting up. Disruptor and a couple more Archons coming on in as well. A couple Force Fields going to go down. That's going to trap the Immortal in the front. And the Guardian Shield popping. We do see all those Zealots warping in. HARSTEM going to step back a little bit. The rest of the Zealot Archon coming through. Sentries also coming up. Disruptor shot, going to fire. Immortal going to take a hit. Archons continuing to shoot. The Disruptor shot is decent there. As our Super Battery continues to go. The Archons going to stay on top of those Zealots. And one fighting the Super Battery is nice, but it just doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. It's now faded away as well. And it is Showtime that has enough to take game 1 of the best of 3. Showtime gets the grab on the opening map. We'll see what happens going into game 2 then, with Showtime leading in this PvP. As we'll have ourselves a second game going to be on Golden Aura. Alright, Golden Aura going to be map number 2 here. We get this underway. A couple of moments and we'll be off and going. Everyone joining in at HARSTEM. He's currently checking the replay quickly, but when he's back, obviously get this next map started quickly. And you're watching WardiTV October, guys. Decided that there's a few free days in October, so we figured we'd fill them up with a little StarCraft 2 tournament. Got some great groups. Obviously, today's group, HARSTEM, Showtime, ByuN, and Rogue. Tomorrow, MaxPack, Zaun, Spirit, and Wayne. Next week, Shin, Oliveira, Cure, and Hero in Group D. Not completed just yet, but will be Solo, Clem, Trap, and +1. Pretty nice groups. Well, this little event that I'll just run over the next couple of weeks. on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. So make sure you drop by and hang out and watch all of that. Ready. And we're going to kick off into game 2 of this PvP now. As Showtime and HARSTEM get down to business. Now let's head into Golden Aura. As we have got in the top left corner of the map, FLGGHF. GLG. Man's typing in code. In the bottom right hand side, the man typing in code is going to be HARSTEM. He's down a game in this series. And he's going to have to type better than that if he wants to win this game 2 and to tie things up. Top left, our Blue Pros player is SHOWTIME. Be a great start to the group, SHOWTIME. Yeah, 2-0 start. Last time we had SHOWTIME in our WardiTV event, he went 4-0-8-0 in his group. Cruised through against some tough opposition. Okay, and the assimilator coming through, the probes are on the way in. We get that going to start off with. Roll in, and around to the natural. That's SHOWTIME. Playing the blocking game, big map in Golden Aura. Definitely could see a long game develop from these two here. It's definitely a little bit of a possibility, if nothing else. Let's just have Cyber Core second gateways coming up, so pretty normal openings in that regard, if nothing else, though. Obviously, the second gateway is very normal for PvP. Is this live? Yep, we are live today. It is Tuesday, October 8th. And we are live. The game's alive as well. Everything is live today. Not a single replay in sight. Live. Fun stuff. Fun stuff as our probes chase each other around a little bit. Stalk Sentry, Warp Gate, all coming through. So we get all of that in production. Get that started off. Next is build on both sides of the map, so we get that on the go. I'm just going to see the Stalker Sentry versus Double Sentry. Potentially just build into a nice long PvP here currently. Stalkers on the way, Warp Gate building. Twilight Council and the Nexus continue through as well. Twilight Council on both sides of the map. Entry's Nibble, Hallucination. Going to be taking some shots. Obviously going to see a lot of those hallucinations. Continue to try and pick up information throughout this. Is going to be quite important as we do see the little Corona boost coming about on the Nexus as well. So just continue to bring that in for the moment. Getting that all set up. Hallucination continues to move around. And it's going to be blink on from both players, so we're actually going to continue to more or less mirror each other here. HARSTEM went one less Sentry. He did not go Adepts, but he will have blink coming up at the exact same timing as the opposition, so blink on the way from both. And as the hallucination continues to move on through. just gonna see a hallucination continue to make its way around, so a couple of moments as we settle into this. See a couple stalkers continue up as well, so just continue to bring all of that into play for a moment or so. Stalkers and sentries going to make their way across the map. The sentry's going to keep on moving, a hallucination coming through as well. I think that's going to get that blink coming by, the couple probes and the nexus coming online, the gateways and the robo facility, the forges too, all of that continuing into play. Why is HARSTEM considered the captain as well as the cowboy? How can he be commandeering a ship and herding cows at the same time? He's an ocean cowboy. Yes, he rounds up a herd of ocean animals. Yeah. Take your pick which ones. You can leave that one to your imagination. SHOWTIME comes in and look for some damage. He gets to the corner, just going to try the recall out, attempt to get away there. There's a few more stalkers will start up. And stalkers and sentries continue to gather. Just going to be seeing that +1 in charge coming up. Need to settle in. Let's just have a see a stalker coming back around the left-hand side. Make a couple of moves. Just going to have ourselves the stalkers continue to blink across for a little bit, so a little bit more damage being done as our stalkers come over here. Stalker's just going to step forward, just going to be seeing a couple of these adepts continue to take damage as well, so all of that continues to come across. There's a lot of units moving over in this direction, so they're going to come across, try and make something happen for the next couple of moments as well. See if there's some potential. During this, just have ourselves the couple stalkers, going to begin to take some damage also. I mean, there's going to be SHOWTIME pushing in towards this third base, fourth base location, this forward base right here. So it's going to charge up. It's going to have ourselves a little step through. We do have those zealots continue to warp in. And I mean, this fight continues. Archon's still going big. Stalker's still fighting. Damage continues to be done across the board currently. Having ourselves the Knight Templars continue to warp up as well. +2 attack is on the way. A lot of Archons just coming up. The Zealot's going to charge in that left side. A couple of probes are going to be taking some damage right from the start. The Zealots continue to move across. And yeah, the rest of this army will step forwards here. You've seen our Zealot Stalker Archon continue to come around. Just going to be seeing the Robo Bay and the Observer and the +2 attack all coming up. Stalkers going to fire through. And single Zealot, they're going to jump onto that pylon as well. So trying to find a little bit extra for the moment as the Zealot will whack, whack, whack away. And the Archons, the Immortals continue to come across right now. We've seen our Zealot's going to go charging up, and those Stalkers are going to get chased away here. A couple more Zealots continue to come around. Just going to be having ourselves a +3 attack coming through. Continue to get this set up as well as we speak. So, still things that are coming on in right now. Army moving across this other side. Just going to try and take position for a couple of moments. And the army kill still moving about. HARSTEM's going to have to meet this army of Showtime just out the front. A little bit of a run by from HARSTEM on the right side as well is going to come around. Going to see a couple shots coming about. As we continue to move up and into position. Going to see a disruptor shot firing as well. So another little hit coming through for the moment. Damage still very much so being done here. A couple of Zealots continue about, getting set up for the moment. Seeing the disruptor shot actually firing through as well. It's just going to be seeing that hitting in a big way. Army's going to get across. We are going to get some damage dealt. Just going to be seeing the Nexus going down. So Showtime able to start up well in this fight, actually. Able to do a decent job right from the get-go. Obviously, Showtime trying to get on top of that base and trying to make really something happen in that location. Would really love to find something there, but probably not quite happening as the armies will be settling. Just going to be seeing Showtime still on the low ground. Has the disruptors to help him try and push into some of these positions too. Expect that to maybe be something of a factor that we might be able to see. Another disruptor shot going to come flying up. It's going to land straight forwards there. Another disruptor shot again. Again, still got ourselves an army moving up for the moment. Phoenix are going to come across also. As we have ourselves, I mean, nice. Phoenix lives on the disruptors. That's the whole point of the Phoenix in this situation. Plus shots, Colossus firing through. The Archons are there. The Phoenix can move about. Tempest disruptors all building right now. Back around the left-hand side again. The Tempest and Disruptors on the way. Mothership are building. +1 armor, +1 ship weapons coming through too. We have got Immortal, Phoenix, and Colossus on the way. The Nexus also on the way out for now. HARSTEM defending, and this big map of PvP, big map of Golden Aura, has given us game play here in the PvP. Just gonna head down that right-hand side, see what they can do. Let's see if more Warpins continue to come about. Just gonna be seeing the Zealots coming in as we look to protect, we look to defend. Phoenix still on, or in motion. Just gonna be having ourselves the little bits of damage being dealt, so we're gonna continue to swing away. We're having ourselves the couple of Zealots still really just going after that Nexus. Extra Zealots all on the way up here. Tempests in production too. continues over. It's going to be having the Phoenix continue to fly around in the skies. As we settle in here currently, just going to have still the Prism overhead is going to allow HARSTEM to warp in. Really wants to push up into this base. Also has that option to go down towards the gold and deny the gold instead. So a couple of options really available here currently. Pick a pick as to how this might head, as we do have a couple shots coming through. Disruptor shot's going to fire there. Colossus going to take some big damage. Obviously, Colossus is nice to keep alive. Oh my god, the Disruptors are getting so much damage done, though. That's another huge connection out of the Disruptors as they come straight through and deliver. Man, the Disruptors are great. They soften up the Colossus. They get rid of a bunch of Archons. Showtime definitely making this work for him in that regard. Now the Phoenix is going to dive through those. HARSTEM tries to re-engage up. Such a complicated fight that we're seeing. Let's just have the Stalker Mortal, the Tempest, all continuing by. Another Disruptor shot will settle in as we have our army stepping up for the moment as well. So the shot will just fire. Just going to see a few more shots. Also flying through for the moment. Army's continuing to settle down. Grab ourselves a Stalker over there, and the Stalker goes down. It's going to be seeing another Disruptor shot firing. Not quite connecting just yet. Our damage still being done. Stalkers blink in. Just going to be seeing the Phoenix get chased away. Colossus continuing to laser beam it up at the moment. More shots continuing through then. It's going to be seeing a little bit more damage still being dealt as we figure this out. I mean, HARSTEM is honestly looking pretty good. This army is not dropping from him at all. If that army ain't dropping, then I'm a little bit of a believer for sure. See how a couple of Tempests continue to move about as well. It's just going to bring that in. Colossus firing, a few more shots continue to come about here. Damage being done across the board. Just having ourselves another Disruptor shot flying upwards. That's also going to be coming through here. Trying to find a little bit of something for the next couple of moments. Colossus hitting that assimilator, damage being done, the Phoenix taking some shots as well. We are going to see cannons hitting a few more of those Zealots currently, so HARSTEM, army supply still in his favor. He's working his way through that gold as well. Definitely has the position on the map to continue making this a very active and fun-going game at this current point in time. Phoenix and Colossus continue to come up. And a few of these High Templars start to morph in as well, so they continue to come by. We're seeing our Colossus continue to go, firing up some more damage. A few more shots coming through here currently. Have ourselves the laser beams continuing to be handled. Across the board, just going to have our Colossus firing up, just going to be hitting that Nexus for a couple of moments as well. Phoenix still continue to gather through, again hitting in that, sitting in that bottom left hand corner. The +3 attack is coming up as well. Still having the army making its way kind of up the left at the moment. Shot fires, hits a couple of Archons. The Disruptors are always going to be scary from Showtime. The Phoenix try to get involved. Disruptors are getting their shots off, though, and as they connect, they hit another couple of big tech units. That Molten Archon at the front extremely low. The Tempests are such a huge deal here now as well, because they can really blast through so many of the Colossus, etc. The Disruptors clearing the pathway as well for everything else on the ground. No, Daniel the Veteran, how you doing? 27-month resub as this game may be coming to a conclusion right here. Just going to be seeing the Phoenix trying to dive onto the Tempest, but the main army here of HARSTEM is getting jumped on, and it is not going well for him. The Phoenix don't do much of the Tempest either. The Zealots are leading the charge for Showtime. And he looks to wrap this one up with a 2-0 to push him into a great position in the group, of course, for HARSTEM. That's going to be rough. 0-2 to the map off Rogue. Would probably have to beat ByuN to have any real chance of advancing. Probably have to hope that Showtime goes 3-0 in the group, and then ByuN beats Rogue, and then HARSTEM beats Rogue, and maybe HARSTEM can get through on a tiebreaker. Would probably be the way that HARSTEM gets out of this group now. So obviously that's not super easily done. But yeah, that's the most likely way of this going, is as few extra Stalkers warping from Showtime back at home. As long as that's assuming HARSTEM does not find a way to turn this game around. I don't think he's going to find a way to turn this game around. I think this one's kind of done and dusted. Archon Disruptor Force continue to step up. The Tempests hitting away and working on that Nexus as well. Going to knock that through. 16 probes in production also. Shots going about. It's a lot of probes getting lasers. I mean, HARSTEM on the other side definitely showing up with the little bit of army that he has. He kind of seems to think he can't win a straight up fight, which he's probably right about. So he gets across, he does some work of damage. I mean, it's a good way to make something of your situation. Well, a few more shots continue to fly. The Tempests continue to fire up. Alpha's gonna shoot, Nexus is gonna go down. And Phoenix is gonna dive forward. A couple of Disruptor shots gonna fire up as well. Just gonna have the Phoenix continue to jump onto the Tempest here. So a bit more damage being done. Disruptor Stalker still gathering. Just gonna get a couple lifts on those Disruptors also. The Disruptors lifted up into the sky. Tempest continue to fire it up as well. A couple of Phoenix will drop down during this. Seven Stalkers on the way from HARSTEM as he has turned this around. He's actually started to win these fights, but can he continue to win these fights? I look at this and I really feel like so much of his supply is in the sky with those Phoenix. I'm just not convinced those Phoenix are going to do much. If the Tempest turned around and hit a few more useful units, I think this would be amazing. I mean, you could let the Archons go deal with the Phoenix afterwards. The Tempests are all going to be dropping. Army supplies on both sides are going to drop down to 35 and 46. HARSTEM with the Stalkers currently to see it through to the end, and he's going to find himself a GG. Wow. HARSTEM is going to make it a game 3 in the end. I obviously didn't see that one coming. I didn't feel that one happening. But that's the way it goes, and that is going to be GG's. As HARSTEM hangs on in there and gets the fight in the end, it turns out that that little base trading moment where he gets rid of a bunch of economy was probably pretty significant at the end of the day. As we go to Ghost River, alright, well, for HARSTEM, this obviously then is not going to be doom and gloom scenario. As we get Ghost River up and ready to go, we'll kick this off in a moment, guys. And yeah, we are going to a third game of this series. The Sea Cowboy, yes. The Sea Cowboy. As we will just move everyone into the right positions in the lobby. Good time in HARSTEM joining us, and we should be able to get straight into this in a couple of moments. Dive through into game number 3. Ready, says Showtime. Waiting for HARSTEM to give us the ready up as well. Going to be Ghost River. Very different map. Expect a very different style of PvP here compared to what we just saw, I think. It's going to be something to definitely take note of. Countdown complete. So we're going to get that on the way. Ghost River coming through as we settle into this next map. Let's go in game. In the top right hand side, it is going to be our red Protoss player to kickstart this final map. In the red, losing out just about in that last one, it is going to be Showtime. In the top left in the green, our Protoss player from Top 5 Rebellion is going to be HARSTEM. Can he And another win. GLHF gets scored. HARSTEM with the very unconventional G.LHF. It's just to confuse the opponent. The opponent reads like, good? Look, have fun. What? something wishing him luck on having fun. I don't know. Alright, game number 3, and we've also seen a couple different things already across this PvP, so expecting some fun in a final map as well. Probe coming, couple gates coming by. Have ourselves a Cybercore on both sides as well, so we're going to see the very regular PvP opening here. Nothing to really be surprised about just yet in that regard, so that's looking very normal for the moment. Again, Cybercore's coming up, gateways coming through, probes are building, pylon into the bottom side of the map. Get all of that underway. Get this started. Stargating the natural of Showtime. Obviously, these maps, or this map enables the close base-to-base location by air, so having that Stargating the natural does reduce that distance just a little bit further. And Stargate coming up, couple stalkers coming through, the warp gate is building. Stalker sentry building up from HARSTEM, the stalker on the way from Showtime. Probe is going to see the Stargate, so HARSTEM is aware that this is a Stargate from his opponent, and we do have HARSTEM already on the Nexus on the natural. Sentry, Stalker, and a Zealot moving out. Coming through the center at the moment. The probe coming up the left-hand side from Showtime. Warp gate coming up. Oracle about to finish. And that all on the way as our units continue to gather out the front here currently. The Nexus is over halfway done. Sentry jumps onto the Oracle straight away. The Oracle in the back is going to go for the stasis, but the probes pull immediately, so HARSTEM shuts down that plan. Just immediately, as we now continue to come across to the other side, so putting some pressure in. And away we go. Showtime. Kind of getting caught a little bit by these units. The Stalkers and the Sentries get there, obviously depowering the Stargate, and now catching all of these units. Showtime not having a pretty first couple of moments of this game. He'll have Oracles across the map, though. They are going to hit, they are going to connect, and they will deal some damage. 10 probes going down on the other side. Just going to see our Stalker Sentry continue to put some damage in. Some work being done. Oracle's going to activate again as those probes continue to take hits there. As our units will work through a pylon on the high ground. Depowers one of the gateways. Just going to keep going after pylons, apparently. So, HARSTEM hard pushing into the main base of his opponent. Will have no energy, I believe, on those sentries. Okay, he has one force field available, so he'll just take the few probes he can get for free. And then, yeah, I mean, do we want to come back up this ramp? Doesn't matter. HARSTEM is going to get the GG out of Showtime. What a turnaround. 10 minutes ago, I was talking about Showtime probably winning this 2-0 and absolutely looking good in the group and everything. And HARSTEM turns around that game, and he turns around this one as well. And he is just going to win it just like that. And HARSTEM gets the 2-1 victory over Showtime. And that is going to make this group very interesting, because now HARSTEM loses to Rogue, Showtime loses to HARSTEM. Showtime now plays Rogue, so we already get a little bit of an idea of how that three-way setup works. After the Showtime Rogue series, we will be going into a whole bunch of ByuN games. There'll be 3 ByuN matches coming back to back to back after that, so That's going to be what's coming up. As we're going to have Showtime versus Rogue coming up next, guys. Some PvZ action. We'll get into that in a few moments' time. Kick off into some more games. Thank you for joining us today. As, yeah, we'll get Showtime Rogue ready to go in a moment. Kick this off and see what it is we can get up to. Perfect. Perfect, beautiful, wonderful. Alright, alright, alright. Hope everyone's doing great. If you're enjoying the stream here on Twitch, would just love to mention, obviously, the opportunities to support. You can do so by subscribing to the channel, obviously. Consider checking out the opportunity to use your Prime subs. It's always appreciated. We are 844 subs. I mean, we're genuinely on a little bit of a roll towards 1,000. So yeah, I mean, I honestly cannot think the last time we were at 1,000 subs. It must have been over a year ago. So yeah, if you enjoy the stream, you want to support, consider subscribing. You know, if we get a few more subs, maybe we could make a real good push to 1,000 before the subs from the September deal start dropping off. So, yeah, consider supporting the channel here on Twitch. Really does help. It allows us to run events just like this one. Your guys' support makes these sort of tournaments happen. It's called WardiTV Octobers because there's no other sponsor involved. There's no one else giving us money to do this. This is literally just us putting money into StarCraft 2 events. So, like I say, if you enjoy it, support it. We can do more of it, and you can watch more, and we can keep that cycle going. Harrison, thank you so much for the 1-year resub on the Prime. Much appreciated. Golden Aura going to be our first map here between Showtime and Rogue. I kind of wanted to run ads before... Oh, the ads just came off cooldown. I'm just going to run the ads on Twitch now, guys, just in case Golden Aura first map is going to be like a long game between Showtime and Rogue. That's super possible. I'd rather run them now than have them overlap into the series, obviously. So, I'm just going to do that. Second map will be Sight. Third map, Ocean. Perfect. Alright, Showtime, just going to do a quick relog. We've got the ads rolling anyway, so all good there. As we get more PvZ coming up. Yo, Jeff, how's it going? Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Thank you so much indeed. Oh, Kraken SC2, thank you so much for saving SC2 with the £15 donation. Thank you so much for the 15, mate. I appreciate the kind words as well. Just doing what we can to keep StarCraft as active as possible, bring guys as many games as possible, and enjoy some of the games and stuff. Hopefully you are enjoying. Thank you so much for the support. It really does help. I really do mean it. It's something we say with sincerity, because we cannot afford to run these tournaments without you guys helping us to get there with them. So, again, if you do enjoy the events, the best way to make sure they keep happening is just to do what you can. I mean, I'm not saying, I understand not everyone can do everything right, but even if it is just staying tuned during the ads, even if it is just opening the stream and leaving it running every now and then, it helps us. We turn that into money. We turn that into more events. We have a sponsor coming up later today. You can actually check that out as well. !Space Tales in the chat. You can wishlist that game on Steam. It's an RTS game. Fun little game. We played it yesterday. It was pretty cute. I liked it. We're going to be playing that again at the end of today's stream. If you want to support the stream for free, super easy. Click that link in the Twitch chat. Go wishlist on Steam. It takes... I did it yesterday. 4 seconds. 4 seconds. Maybe 5 if you've got bad internet, right? Like, it takes 4 or 5 seconds. Okay, maybe like 15 if you're not logged into Steam on your desktop. Whatever. You get the point. It's a super quick thing to do. They're sponsoring the channel. They are allowing us to run more StarCraft 2 events because of that. If you wishlist the game, they will be happy. Maybe even more sponsors to come in the future. So do check that out. That is !Space Tales in the Twitch chat if you want to go and wishlist that. And like I say, another easy, free way to support from your guys' point of view. As we have got in the bottom right side of this fresh best of 3 here in the WardiTV October Group A. In the bottom right, our Blue Protoss now 0-1 in the group, actually. It is going to be Showtime We really felt like this was going to be a 1-0 versus 1-0 matchup, but actually Showtime 0-1, Rogue 1-0. Rogue's in the top left as I read Zerg. He beat HARSTEM. Showtime lost to HARSTEM, and that's where we sit right now. Wow. Patrick coming up, drone on the way, gateway and assimilator continue to come through as well. We could get all of that on the way up here currently, so bringing that through and getting that on the line. Patch Custom Pool all coming up then. A couple of drones on the way. Gateway and the Nexus coming up as well. This is going to be seen. Extractor pops. How do they know the wishlist came from Wardy's channel? I mean, they don't necessarily, but if they see that while we are streaming that their wishlist numbers are going up a little bit more than usual, then they probably see that it's a little bit more of a worthwhile sponsorship than before. Look, I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna say like wishlist and it's gonna change the world or it's gonna give us even more support in the future, but it's the one thing you can do that can maybe create some more support. That's super easy and free to do, right? So why not? Yeah. Sometimes we have like tracking links and stuff that track specifically from our stream. This time it's not the case, but like I say, I mean they are genuinely sponsoring the stream. We will do what we can to help them out. They are helping us out. Good to help help people out, They help us, we help them. This is live, right? Yep. Completely live today. Every match is live as well. No replay games. It is a go, go, go kind of day. As our couple of lings are going to just nibble onto the probe already. Link speed coming up. Couple of queens on the way. Stargate is already building on the side of Showtime. So bringing that through. The Adept is about to finish. The Warp Gate coming in. The Adept continues up as we get settled here in this game one. I mean, just following this probe around, but that's usually the excitement of the early game. PvZ, to be honest. Not much else happening just yet. And Oracle moving about. Warpgate is coming through. Adept in production as well. Again, a couple of queens and the drones will continue to come about. Once again, our Adept's just going to be chilling on the natural. Link speed will be finishing in a moment or two. The queens are building up. The drones are still on the way. Oracle will come across to the top left-hand side. Going to move into the main base. A few drones are going to be moving up into this main base as well. Queens are going to activate. Drone's going to become a spore crawler. The other drone's taking damage also. Getting chased around a little bit. Going to come back through. Oracle going to die. Not exactly pretty for Showtime, losing the Oracle straight away. This is a West server game. Showtime will get server preference over ByuN, so they'll play Central West Central against ByuN, but has to play West Central West here against Rogue in this group. And not necessarily saying that that ping difference necessarily lost in that Oracle. Maybe this was just too greedy anyways, but it's obviously something to keep in your mind. I know some people will be interested in that as well. As that Oracle escapes up to the upper left-hand corner, and it's just going to sit there for a few moments, so it's just going to hang around. Again, Twilight Council, Forge, Nexus, a couple more probes, all building on Showtime's side of things as well. Those Adepts are already moving up toward the upper left-hand side of the map, so as our upgrades and our structures continue through, Showtime looking to apply some pressure here. I mean, the Queens probably going to be good enough to more or less just hold these Adepts off. They can threaten the Shade. Are they going to commit the Shade? Yes, they are. Not a lot here in this natural expansion. Those Lings will not last very long at all. A couple of Lings left, Adepts left to go and deal with the Lings, while the other Adepts deal with the drones. I like that little split and how he kind of split the workload here. And the Adepts that are left alive will go to the main base, and then we'll get a few more drones as well. 2 Adepts remaining is enough to one-shot, but we're out of reach. One of those Adepts getting blocked. There'll be another low HP drone there. He doesn't hit that one, though, unfortunately, so that's going to be 5 drones total killed off here by Showtime. Not the best. Very far from the worst, I think is a pretty fair way to say that. Oracle activates, a few links taking some shots, taking some big damage. Oracle is going to activate. Stasis is going to get a catch on a drone already. +1 missiles is on the way. The extra overlords are building. Hatchery coming about currently. There's going to be a Hydra's Den and the infestation pit building on the side of Rogue, so we get both of those on the way. Also, 4 additional zealots building up from Showtime, charging +1, coming through too. And Temple Archives on the way from Showtime. So Temple Archives about to finish. Stasis is going to catch Queen and the drone, going to get caught in that. Oracle moves back out. The infestation pit is about to be done. Again, our Hydras, +1 missiles. The Muscle Augments continuing by. The couple of Archons continue up as well. Archons coming around that left side. Just going to see the Oracles activating. A couple of Lings already going down. So a lot of Lings actually going down. Rogue is on his way to that Lurker Den and that Hive. Obviously, he had some okay games against HARSTEM earlier, but definitely wasn't clear, plain sailing for Rogue. He's trying to focus on a lot of early aggression. As this Immortal gets caught, the Oracle turned away from saving it as well. If that Oracle had been there that entire time, that Immortal would have lived. So that's just a double misplay from Showtime. First he left the Immortal wander forwards, then he pulls the Oracle away when it should have protected. Now just coming across the map again. Lurker Den is going to be on the way fairly soon. I see a Prism coming around the right, so it's moving over. Just gonna see how units continue to move about, see what we can do. I mean, units so far looking good defensively. Let's see how Archons as Zealots continue to come about here. Prism around the top again. Hydras, lanes all coming up. The Muscle Augments, the Seismic Spines, +2 missiles, and Drill Glands continue to come about as we just have ourselves chilling on the top. Zealots up over there, just going to move about, trying to see what they can do. There's honestly not too much just yet. The defense is looking good for Rogue. This game going to keep on moving to that later stage. Showtime's adding a Phoenix. Wondering if he's going to go for a few of those, or if he just wants the one to go and hunt down nearby overlords, etc. Just in case of Nidus isn't so, just trying to, be on top of that straight away. Hydra continues to move across the map. High Templars will gather. Again, the Archons, the Robo Facility, +1 air weapons coming up. Stargate and the Fleet Beacon coming in as well. The Phoenix will continue to hit that Overseer right now. The Lings jump into that group of Zealots. The Zealots will drop as well. Nidus Network will now come up. That Overseer overhead will go down also. Again, +1 air weapons, couple of Mortals, and all of those Zealots on the way in from Showtime. Very Zealot heavy, actually. Again, a lot of Zealots in play, but the counterattacks and the wraparounds you can create with those are obviously very viable and very potent, so definitely expect that to be a factor as those Zealots get caught in a storm. It's going to go shooting. The Overlord still taking shots again, +3 attack, +1 air weapons coming through. The Immortal and the Observer coming around. Nexus still on the way in as well. I see our lurkers are going to unburrow the couple of force fields coming down. Gonna move up this ramp, couple of zealots gonna get shot at. Gunny shield is just gonna sit there, and we're gonna see our Tempest still coming through. The zealots continue to come about, cannons on the way. The zealots are gonna go jumping onto this Nidus here in this main. That's gonna finish up though, and Lurker's gonna pop out. Only 3 of them? That would be manageable if we had detection. There's the Revelation coming down, so this might not be so bad. Oh, choked up a little bit though, as the cannon. We'll clean up the Lurker. Oh, the Nidus, sorry, on the low ground. This first bit of aggression is gonna get turned away there. See another storm coming about. Zealot's still moving through. Tempest still up in the skies. Obviously have more of those coming about as we get ready to go. Ourselves, the Lings and Lurkers continue to move about here currently. So many Lurkers burrowed up on his right side. It's going to be the position you got to be very careful of. The Showtime, you don't want to just let Rogue wander into position with those Lurkers on the top. There's going to be a group of Zealots that come charging forward. Stack defense here, not ready to go, so the Zealots actually going to do very well. Hydra's going to show up as a defense. We're actually going to be able to trade for a couple of these Hydras. These Zealots have done great. They're going to get like 4 or 5 Hydras, as well as all that stack defense. That was an amazing run by. Obviously, ruined momentum on this other side as well. You see now units coming over, just gonna see a couple drones taking damage. We see now Archons continue to come about, just moving around a little bit, plus 2 air weapons coming in as well. Wings are gonna jump onto that Nexus. Hydras and Lurkers continue to come through. So yeah, a couple of shots coming through for the moment. These Zealots get caught in the stasis. Just gonna be seeing a couple extra cryptids coming through. The Lurker Den coming into play as well. We continue to get that settled in here. More shots continue to come through. A few more hits coming about. We've seen those Lurkers continue coming through, just going to continue to fire. Let's see our storm coming out again, another shot coming through. Just going to be seeing the Archons continue to come in. Step forward here, you're going to be seeing the Immortals stepping up, a lot of those Lurkers going down. That's a massive fight for Showtime. Knocks down so much of the tech available here, so that is huge. Tempest still firing, just going to be seeing the Purpose and the Overseers continue to come around. Corruptor still coming about again. The Lurk is coming in. Lurkers are going to burrow, hitting the cannon right away there. Let's see those Lurkers still hitting. Nexus still taking some shots. Not going to see the rest of that army coming through. The Corruptors are going to caustic spray down a Cybercore and now a Robo Facility as well, but they actually end up stepping away. That's a lot of Corruptors. Showtime, what he's doing is obviously switching fully into the ground. HARSTEM never really got to that point where he's able to fully switch into the ground against Rogue. We do have another couple of Lurker shots just coming about. Archons and Mortals continue to move through. Again, Mortal Archon continue to come around for a couple of moments here, getting set up. We having ourselves the Mortal Archon continue to come across. Have ourselves the Nidus network coming online again. The Changelings going to come stepping forward. We are going to see a little time warp coming through. The Stalkers and the Zealots will step up as the Stalkers will take some damage. Just going to have ourselves the Immortals going to get there, though these Lurkers will go down. So that is going to be a cleanup. So many Lurkers in the main base of that, and that just goes up again, so Showtime going to be struggling there. It was not as bad last time, he got it under control. This time he's going to lose a lot of his production and just infrastructure in general, so these Lurkers are making a big play. He's going to show up here just as those Lurkers finish morphing. They're going to start a burrow. Showtime will step to the left side instead. Stalkers and Mortals continue to fight. Splines and the Spores coming about as well. Archons continue to come through. Nidus network's going down. Should continue to fight. Nidus taking some hits. Looks like there's just going to be firing, just going to be hitting the Nidus, the Nexus there for a couple of moments. Cannon going to fire up as well. A few more shots continue to come about. So we've got ourselves Immortals and Archons coming around there. The Lurkers stay set up for the moment. Seeing a few probes going down. The Lurk is still going to be there. A few changelings went down in the center as well. Just having ourselves the Lurkers going to step up. Zealot's going to get turned away. The Immortals as well. Just going to be seeing the Fleet Beacon coming through. That Templar Archive is still on the way out as well. Lurkers are going to unburrow. We head down to the bottom side. The big one coming up, just going to see a storm coming through. These Immortals are going to get active also. going to fire it up. Just going to see ourselves, the High Templars, the Archons continue to move through as well. A little storm coming out on towards the Lurkers, so a bit of damage there. Rogue still pressing down to the south side of the map, hitting this 6 o'clock. And there's a couple of Lurkers just going to fire. The Archons taking damage. More shots coming through. As I'll continue to come around, just going to get moving for a couple of moments here. Having ourselves the Archons and the rest continue to come over for the moment, stepping around a little bit. I'm just going to fire the assimilator and the probe, taking damage as well. Still firing. The fleet beacon is going to go down, so just going to get that grabbed. It's going to have ourselves. Lurkers obviously being a big issue. I mean, Showtime losing a lot of probes now from that gold-based long distancing. He needs to figure out how to get rid of these Lurkers. I mean, obviously, we look at his army comp, and he's got a few Tempests, but he needs to do it a little bit more quickly. Archon's going to be there. A few Hydra's going to go jump onto the Nexus. Pylon is going to get taken out as well. So we seeing the Nidus coming through. A couple Lurkers continue to hit. Robo Facility continuing down. Taking some damage. And this is going to step up. The Archons and the High Templars coming forward. Lurker's going to step forward there as well. These Immortals are going to come in from the bottom right-hand side. Archons, Immortals, Tempests. Going to fight these Lurkers. The Lurkers are going to go down before the Corruptive Viper shows up. The feedbacks on the Vipers are perfect as well. Rogue loses those quickly. He might knock down the Tempest, but Showtime, he got rid of the Lurkers and now doesn't have to worry so much about not having Tempests. Pull back into the center. Let's get up to that upper right-hand side. Going to try and move through for a couple of moments. We've seen a few Lings going to go whacking away. Storm comes out, the Archons and the Tempest coming through. Robo Facility and the batteries continue up. I mean, Ling's in the main base. Showtime is going to be pretty much put down to one final army, which I don't think is going to be amazing for him. I think that's actually going to net him a whole bunch of trouble, actually. Tempest still coming in. The Lurkers and the Lings continue to produce 5 Spine Crawlers building up. A couple hatches on the way through as well. Continue to get that going as we just have an army of Rogue heading down to the bottom right still. So we just get that on the way. Solid Archon going to come up as well. matchup, unfortunately, going to get caught. Like I say, Showtime, he's got a massive army in the upper right, and it's going to probably be just down to straight up that army to get the job done on this as we begin to step on forward and move on up. So in we go. It's going to activate. Spore Crawler goes down. The Lurkers are going to get jumped on. Going to be seeing a couple of High Templars warped in again. A couple more Tempests on the way. I love the constant counterattacks from Rogue. It's perfect for the situation. Showtime can't really stretch down to defend over here, and yet he kind of needs to because that's where his infrastructure is. So losing that is rough for him. He's on his way down to try and deal with all those lings. Oh no, the High Templars, no! 2, 3, 4 go down to the Lurkers. Beautiful burrow there, and Rogue is going to grab a bunch of those. That's painful for Showtime. We're talking about how he's in need of kind of making it work with this army and limited reinforcements, and obviously losing 4 High Templars that are full of energy as well is a massive pain in the butt. Let's have ourselves a look. He's going to step forward here, just going to be moving up. Nexus will take damage. The pylon going to go down. The space will be lost. Showtime's going to try and dive the bottom left. I think he liked this base originally because it gave him a chance to hit the 12 o'clock base of his opponent. Now he's going to dive the bottom left-hand side instead. Oh, the Immortals are kind of on their own, so they're going to be taking losses to the Lings and the Hydras. Again, the few extra Voids continue to come by. As the Tempest going to turn as well. The Overseer's getting hit. Going to recall the Tempest out away from the Corruptors. We're just going to kite away. I mean, the thing is, I think Showtime's ground army is phenomenal against the majority of what Rogue is working with, unless he struggles to deal with a group of Lurkers, which might be the case if he loses these Immortals, a group of units up here. I mean, this is actually a wild play from Showtime. Split up like this is a huge opportunity for Rogue to maybe just make a play. Rogue's going to try and burrow up right now. Showtime kites up his ramp, doing what he can. Needs to turn around, get rid of some of those Lings. The Changelings block a couple of the Archons from kiting backward, and that means that Showtime is going to take some additional losses there as Rogue, 14 new Hydras on the way, is still almost maxed out, as we've been going for pretty much 30 minutes here on Golden Aura. Archon Immortal High Templar comes through. The Lings continue to drop, and this is looking as though we are going to have ourselves Showtime in too much trouble. Fantastic effort from these two. Showtime, these are the kind of games he usually does so well in, but it goes to show that Rogue is feeling pretty okay about his PvZ at the moment. Let's just have our Immortals and the Archon continue across. The Hydra's still getting jumped on. The Overseer's overhead. There's the GG, and that is going to be Rogie taking game number 1 of this best of 3 series. Rogue is going to be up in the matchup. Wow, what a game as well. Fantastic stuff. And Showtime just can't get it done later into this game. And Rogue looking to try and get to 2-0 in this group right now, if he can come out with a win on this one. Alright, we're going to head into a game number 2 then. It is going to be our second map, which will be Site Delta. This will be on Central, so this is going to favor Showtime a little bit in terms of server preference. PvZ server preference is not as big of a deal as some of the other matchups, but like I say, some people like it, some people like to know, so we will inform you. I'll drop the lobby link down, and we'll get game 2 ready to go. Again, after this, guys, we got all the Terran matchups to come, as ByuN will be taking on Showtime, Rogue, and HARSTEM one by one. Is it in that order? I think it might actually be. Oh no, Showtime has to wait 2 matchups. God damn. Showtime got scammed on this scheduling. Yeah, Showtime will play last against ByuN. ByuN would play HARSTEM first, then Rogue, then Showtime. It is designed in such a way that everyone should be finished within 5 matches of their first match. That's probably why Showtime waits a couple. Alright, we are going to GG's and go-go's. Double check we've got everybody. Looks like we do. And we can kick into this game number 2. And even just so many little things in that game, I think, came into play. The run-bys were great from Rogue, but then sometimes just the units that were kind of a little out of position was a little bit painful, a little bit tough. I've got Site Delta coming up here, as we have Showtime and Rogue ready to go. Go, go, go. In the top left, our blue Zerg up a game is going to be our... I just said he's our blue Zerg already. I don't know what else he is. I guess he's our leader of this series. Rogue in the upper left is in the bottom right. The red Protoss player is Showtime. Game 2. Showtime needing to try and bounce back here. So game number 2, I'm gonna go in here on side delta. Get into game 2, we get this settled in, figure out what our plan is gonna be, as our first probe is already scouting around. Showtime definitely showing us he can give us some good games. As our drone will continue to chase, probe is gonna take some damage. Drone chases, probe into the base, gonna see what's going on. The drone's gonna go, probe gonna get chased. We've seen the link speed, a couple of queens, the links will continue to come up. And link speed halfway done. Hatch coming up. Few Ling's Queen coming through. The Stargate building on the side of Showtime. The Adept and the Warp Gate continuing up as well. So bringing this in for the moment. The Ling's going to be there. The probe's going to get changed around. And our battery coming up on the side of Showtime. As the couple links continue to get active. Going to see those links going to get back over onto the Adepts. Adepts taking a few nibbles. Going to sit out in the center. Link speed coming through. The drone's on the way. And those links continue to nibble up onto the mineral line here, hitting some of those probes for the moment. And the battery going to settle down for a moment or two. See our probes taking some shots, a couple nibbles come through. Again, drones, queens on the way up. The spores continue to build also. Them lings just going to go after a set of rocks. So again, looking to open that up. Try and close that out. Again, the Oracle coming about here. Warp Gate going through. The Oracle continues to come up into production as well. So again, all of that underway. Queen's going to get there as well. Still Oracle's up to the top, moving around again, getting settled here. And diving towards the main base. Showtime for looking for some damage in the early stages. Gates, Forge and Twilight continue to come into play, get that on the way up. That's going to be there, continue to fight against some of those lings. Oracle will continue to sit up in the skies as these Adepts will go for quite a few of the lings initially. Stasis Ward is only going to catch the ones. Good micro from Rogue as those Adepts are not going to find the mineral line outside of Trade Mythos Zerglings, right? So, we got a couple of drones in the end. I mean, overall though, 5 Adepts go down, but 9 lings. 8 8 drones overall in the game. The trades are good for Showtime. I mean, these Adepts keeping things busy, keeping the Lings busy too. As you will see, the Oracle's able to capitalize on a couple more drones as they leave. Nicely done. Well, Lings is going to go in after the probes. A bit more damage being dealt. The Stalker's going to take some shots also. A few more of those probes getting chased away as the Lings come through, killing off the Stalker right there. Stalker goes down. And Oracle chases the Lings back out over that right-hand side. There's that +1 missiles. Approach speed, all coming up. And +1 blink continue to come through. It's set for the moment. Oracle's going to sit up at the top. I'm just going to move around a little bit there. Oracle's going back around the top side again. Storm coming in. +1 attack on the way up. The High Templars are going to be there to fight against a few Lings as well. Just going to be seeing those Lings taking quite a bit of damage. The Oracle's going to dive through. Bunch of those drones already taking shots. Zeld High Templar just going to fight against those Lings, pushing it back as well. As the Oracle going down, Queens continue to move about as well. See Oracle activating, a couple of drones already going down. Just gathering a couple of Queens up to the top. Let's see how Lings and Roaches and Ravagers are going to step up. We're going to be seeing a couple of these units going to move through. Swarm Hosts are out, and the Swarm Host Locusts are going to drop straight in to this mineral line. Is Showtime going to take some losses. High Templars going to move through the Zeld Stalker, and is going to be there to fight. I mean, honestly, decent first wave of Locusts for Showtime in terms of, like, they didn't do so much that you're in a lot of trouble here or anything. It seems pretty reasonable. We do have the Hydralisk then coming up as well. So Rogue looking for a future, but we'll obviously keep the pressure up with the Swarm Host for the foreseeable future as well. Expect that to continue to be a factor as +2 attack and charge continue in. The Revelation goes down on the Roach Ravager. The Queens are going to step up and poke away at those Oracles too. And +2 attack and charge coming in. The Locusts are going to come once more. Let's see what Showtime can do against them. Good Storm initially. Great double Storm is going to kill a lot of those Locusts to begin with. And all you're looking for here is a Stasis Ward as well. Okay, completely negates the Locusts. That's perfect, because what the Locusts aim to do is to basically give the Roach Ravager free time to attack. What happens in this case is that the Roach Ravager is actually having to trade, so you're actually losing Roach Ravager while fighting in. Usually you don't, because the Locusts are tanking all of that damage. Things still trying to come around the side. The Zealots moving about as well. And we have ourselves the Adrenal Glands coming through, +2 missiles, and a Crew Spines coming up also. All of that coming into play as the Oracle continues to set up a Stasis Ward, bringing that in right now. Let's just have a Revelation going down too. As Locusts continue up, just going to have ourselves a little Stasis catching the Roach Ravager there. Stalker Archon going to try and fight back. A few of those Locusts continue to drop. Protofiles will continue into play. And we have got ourselves Rogue. Still trying to press him, but I mean, this is what happens when you're playing against Warhost. You're kind of on the back foot all of the time. You're constantly taking some damage. But it's about holding on and training as effectively as you can. Big thing here for Showtime is definitely the fact that he's on the 4th base. Does lose an Oracle there, takes some shots. Some of the Crows of Baals in general have been pretty good for Rogue. They've been landing a lot of the time. And definitely putting Showtime into a tougher position than you might expect in a lot of these scenarios. And the Locust once again. Showtime will try and force a few of them to drop in early. Remember that those storms are going to be essential against these Locusts. We try and drop them onto the Locust immediately. Archon is big to splash those Locusts down after. And with the Super Battery activating, Stalker's blinking up. We are going to have ourselves a few units chased back into the middle of the map as our Seismic Spines continues into play. Muscular Augments is producing. And Showtime can take another step forward here as we make our way into the creep. And again, as long as those Swarmers are on cooldown, he's going to feel fairly confident to trade, because trading with the Roach Ravager without Locust in front is generally going to be a good thing for our Protoss player here across the course of this game. Just going to come in once again here. Just going to have ourselves a little drop down onto this Nexus. Just going to go and jump onto that. The Immortals are going to gather up. Again, Roach, Ravager, Hydra Lurker coming through as well. Stalker still coming over. Stargate and the Fleet Beacon coming online. +3 attack and +1 air weapons coming through. The Immortals are going to fire. Roaches get turned back around just for now as well. And Roach Hydra Ravager steps up again. A couple of Immortals going to be hanging back. A little shot there. Going to hit some Roaches. Oh, that base actually goes down. Nice to see the Locust changing direction of attack. And Showtime actually losing a base. Something Rogue has not really gained so far. Like I said, sitting on the 4 bases felt like one of the big reasons why this was all going to be okay for Showtime so far. Resources lost was kind of even. So, yeah, now we're actually going to see, though, Showtime making a play to kind of just clean up this army. He's going to blink forward to try and trap in some of this Roach Ravager. Hit the rocks there for a second is a shame. But he is charging through. Just has to be careful that the Swarm Hose aren't going to show up and ruin his push. One reason to definitely slow this down and to start being a little bit more careful once again. Stalker coming about. Stalker's just going to go nibbling at the Overlord overhead as well. Solid on the right hand side also getting set here as the Tempest sets up. Again, the +1 air weapons, the +3 ground attack, all coming through. The army of Showtime now works its way down to the bottom. Star's going to step forwards here. The Hydras are going to be there. A couple of Zards begin to drop. We have a couple Tempests still building through, a few more Zards on the way. The cannons are producing. Now Lurkers are going to fight the panel, and the cannons still taking shots there as the Zards continue forward. Almost going to fire. Hatcher already taking a lot of shots. Is going to go down. Lurkers are going to come around here. We're going to storm a lot of the Lurkers to begin with. High Tempers get a couple more storms off. It's good for softening them up, but does it give you a chance to actually attack in? So far, the answer to that is not really. We are defending against future harassment on that right-hand side as Rogue already lost a base here. The question will be, can Showtime get down this ramp and continue this attack, or is this a move on to the next thing kind of scenario? The Locusts are going to launch up in the skies once again. They're going to make their move out to the bottom. Down. The Lurk is going to take some big hits. Mortal's taking some shots as well. Queen going to drop a transfusion in. Locust going to hit the Nexus on the right side. 2 more Tempers coming up, +2 air weapons coming through. Again, Showtime losing that 4th is going to be one of his biggest challenges here as he struggles to get down these ramps as well. He's being pinned up the high ground by Rogue. It's very well played because if Rogue lets him come down to the low ground again, Showtime can probably take a fight to wipe that army. So it's definitely a big deal as Immortals are going to fire up again. A couple of those Lurkers beginning to drop. Storm's coming down. Prism up on the top side, going to try and move around a little bit as well. Overseer still chilling. And Locust will step up, moving forward a little bit. Tempest's going to fire a couple of shots off. Going to jump down onto this Nexus. These Locusts, as they come through, Nexus gets killed. Archon is going to get grabbed. The Tempest continue to get fired upon. Locust pulling back. The Overseers as well. Immortals gathering in the center from Showtime. I'm just going to keep firing through. We do see the Viper getting chased out of there. A couple of drones will go down. Hatcher on the right side going to go down as well. So he's going to set up in the skies. We are going to see the Lurk is going to step up. Cannon goes down. High Temple is getting deleted. Oh, that's sad. I mean, Showtime's going to leave a few units across the map to continue through. Obviously feels the need to defend this left side base, and he will do just that. It's the Immortals he's left over here. They're doing okay against the Hydras, but obviously against the Locust they're going to have a bad time. Showtime is going to realize it, though. He can step away and just walk those Immortals out. Should be able to save the rest of these and at least make another attempt on that hatchery. If you could get rid of that hatchery, that would be absolutely huge for him. Tempest come fighting back up. The Locusts are going to expire. Tempest firing. Lurkers and so getting chased away. A couple of Immortals coming up. Corruptors continue through. Them Swarm hosts obviously have been pretty darn good. Being able to stay around this whole time. More effectiveness you get, the better off you're going to be. Unfortunately, they're going to walk into this army, and Showtime will capitalize as he's actually going to be happy to fight this as well. Enough Archons to just splash those Locusts down, and oh, I love it. Actually popped the cloaking, so the Locusts had nothing to drop down onto. So yeah, that's a completely wasted set of Locust usage, and now you're already in an aggressive position on the map. That means Showtime can keep pushing forward, and he will do exactly that. A couple shots up in the sky going towards those Corruptors. Now the High Templars getting some feedbacks, getting some storms. Corruptors keep on being pushed away at the moment. As Showtime steps up to the top. Here inside Delta looking to equalize the series. If he can find a win, the Lurkers are going to burrow. It's going to make it a challenge, but I like the position Showtime put himself in there. Gave himself a huge opportunity, if nothing else. Archon's going to fight. Corruptors are going to be getting hit at. It's going to be seeing the Overseers flying overhead are all going to go down, which is kind of a funny one. Showtime's going to turn onto this. The Lurkers have all dropped, and Rogue is going to get wiped. Impressive game from Showtime. It ain't easy to keep your cool and keep your nerve against that consistent Lurker Swarm Host pressure, and to pick and choose multiple fights over an extended period of time. To come out successful there is, like I say, definitely not easily done. So credit to Showtime. Plays a hell of a game here on site Delta. Kind of like we're having just great games all day today, actually, as we go to Oceanborn for Game 3. Usually I complain, I already did complain earlier, it's like we don't do the double elim group because it means 5 best of 3s, and that isn't a long stream. Well, we're 2.5 hours in, our third best of 3 is still ongoing. I do think it maybe speeds up a little bit with the ByuN games. Maybe it depends what ByuN and Rogue play. If Post-Youth comes out, then maybe we're just in for a long game, or a long series in general today. Let's get Showtime into the lobby. Get Rogue in here as well, and we'll be good to start up in a couple of moments. As we head to Game 3 of this series, they've played a couple 20-minute pluses. Let's see what Oceanborn is going to give us. As Go-Go is called, the players are immediately set to go. We're going to kick this off in a moment and get this straight in game. Game 4 of the best... Game 3 of the best of 3. Game 4. I was about to say Game 4 of the best of 5 for some reason. I don't know what I was thinking of to take my mind there. As Oceanborn will come up. And we will go into this third map. Showtime's so good at those kind of games. If I had to pick someone to be in a game like that in PvZ, I actually think Showtime would be one of my top picks because he's so good at controlling and figuring out games in that regard, so I was happy to see that kind of coming around as we have in the top left. Our red Protoss player here is Showtime. In the bottom right, our blue Zerg is going to be Rogue. Game 3 of the best of 3. Final map. Showtime probe across the map in time to play Denial on the natural hatchery, so that is going to be a factor in the very first few moments already as well. We're just going to patrol around. Drone going to come across as well. Going to see what we can do. Ourselves settling for a couple of moments. See that probe and that drone continue to move about there, so a little bit of action over in that direction. Drone is going to go and nibbling onto the probe and obviously just try and push it away as it just sits in the main base. We're going to have ourselves the drone continue to nibble, probes taking damage, shots coming about. As we have ourselves the Nexus continue to build through. Cybercore is coming up as well. And the Ling's coming up, Queens, the Ling speed on the way. Have our drone nibbling up a few minerals and the Stargate opening from Showtime. No real surprises there. Obviously, both these games have kind of gone to the longer kind of end of things. I wonder if Showtime is maybe happy to bring some more aggression himself. Maybe like a Glaives after Stargate. Could be a way for him to set up. Two Adepts going to move around. A couple of Lings are going to get jumped on. One Ling already taking damage. The Adepts would love to get rid of the second Ling as well. Actually going to commit just a double shot on that one. And now try and corner this one in. Cut the corner. Adepts going to have the shade anyway. Good argue. Obviously, this is maybe the Ling drawing these Adepts out of position, but there's no Ling speed. There's nothing else going on. So Showtime was absolutely fine to play the chasing game here. Rogue was just trying to keep those Lings alive, and I mean, if you got the Adepts in that bottom left corner, they're not in your base, so there is still a benefit that those Lings haven't drawn the Adepts out in that direction rather than how else it could have gone. Oracle continues up, the Warp Gate continues through. That Warp Gate is going to be finishing very shortly, in fact, as a few Lings continue up to the top side of the map. Ling's going to jump onto a building Nexus, but 3 Adepts in position, so the Lings will say, nah, not going to commit to that. Not worth it. First Oracle going to get a drone, going to commit for 2, losing some shields along the way and a little bit of health bar. We do have that third Nexus building up from Showtime as well. It's just going to get that on the way on top of everything else, bringing all of that up and online. Well, our Nexus and our simulators continue up. The Forge coming through from Showtime. Oracle about to finish. Twilight Council also on the way, so a lot of that just continues to be brought up as a couple of Queens will fire. Oracles will take some shots, getting pushed away to the sides. Let's continue through. Again, Gates, Twilight Council, and Forge all building up. Got our Nexus on the way. With 3 extra gates, yeah, let's see what Showtime does off the Twilight Council initially. See what upgrade he wants to prioritize there. If he even maybe prioritizes some other further tech. He's just going to go Blink. +1 again. Has a few Adepts here early. Going to shade them into a choke point. The Oracles would love to come in and help this, but I don't know from, I mean, from the bottom would be best, but that's obviously from the Zerg's base. That's going to end up being one of those moments where it's like, was that an okay trade? And you see the Oracles coming through. They sacrifice an Oracle as well. Make it 2. It's a little bit more of a shame, but still gets 8 drones, which is It's okay, right? We got a few Lings there as well. It's losing the second Oracle, I really think so. Because losing one, because it kind of enabled the dive a bit further, was pretty okay. Losing the second, you're like, well, okay, now I've only got one Oracle for the game. That's not as good defensively. That's obviously in a lot of other danger. And especially look at this attack from Rogue that's coming up. Let Rotron finishing. He is just going to go straight into Dropper Lords. He is going to go across the map. He is going to fight the Overlord speed. The big indicator there to tell you just like, oh, he wants to get Overlord speed. Why else would you get that right now? You kind of just don't. So yeah, probably just going to be Queens in the Dropper Lords. Roachling coming, and Showtime. I tell you what, he's on his way very quickly to that +1 and Blink. If he can have +1 and Blink finished for this attack, I will give him half a chance of holding it, because then at least you've got some good damage output consistently coming through. That might just be good enough in a lot of cases. Might just be good enough. Stalkers move up, the Lings will take some damage. Just have a turn around there initially. Obviously, there's the Dropper Lord coming over. Other Overlords too will look to spread creep in this scenario. Stalker's about to finish Blink. Showtime is just not aware. He's got no idea what Rogue is doing moving up in this direction. So he is completely blind and clueless. And that means he's out of position as these Lings and Queens and Ravagers and Roaches start to hit this base. Super Battery's going to get targeted down. The cannon isn't exactly going to be up for very long. I mean, the Stalkers are going to blink toward the third base and try and fight reinforcements and take some attention away. We lose 14 probes almost immediately here. This board comes down. Again, these Stalkers will do what they can. Going to try and clean up reinforcements as they are popping as well. Good time deciding this was a better idea than pulling back home to play defense from out of position. I don't know if I would have hated these Stalkers coming home. Yeah, the other units would have taken position, but I think it would have had an okay chance of making something happen. That said, he has also killed 15 workers over here, so maybe this wasn't all so bad. He's stopping a lot of the reinforcements from coming across the map as well, which is a big deal, because it means his Stalkers are continuing to make a defense at home, and he's also been able to, like I say, keep a lot of the other units from getting across the map, so the damage stops over on that other side. Showtime is chasing Overlords down on the map right now. 34 to 38 workers. Wow, the commitment to the counterattack was absolutely the call in the end. As we are going to get rid of, what, every Overlord there too? Rogue is on the verge of being supply blocked. Showtime is actually attacking. He believes because he's got himself the Blink, he can get out of trouble. He needs to be super sure about this, right? And there's a lot of Lings here, actually. I'm not sure if this is the right call from Showtime. He blinks into the Ravagers as he's going to try and find a way out from the Lings. Like I say, he doesn't have recall because he just used it on that previous group of Stalkers as Showtime. I don't think he needed to do this. He probably... It's a difficult game to judge the position of. I mean, the Lings are going to still be trading. We blink away again. A few more Lings will go down. Rogue is the one to say GG as Showtime's getting too much done. Rogue is still just building pure Ling Roach Ravager, and he knows he can't kill off those Stalkers, and Showtime is going to make it happen. 2-1 in the best of 3. Wow. Showtime going to keep his group chances alive with that, as the first 3 matches all go to 3 games. And it's going to be a full-on tiebreaker between those guys. So the matches against ByuN are going to be very, very indicative of everything else that goes down here. So we're going to start up with those ByuN matches here in just a moment. It's going to be ByuN versus HARSTEM coming up first. Then we're going to move into ByuN versus Rogue and ByuN versus Showtime to round out the day. So halfway through the match today, guys, if you're enjoying the games, do hit the follow button, like the YouTube stream, subscribe, etc. You guys know the drill, as we'll be back in just a few for more StarCraft action straight after this quick break. Welcome back, guys. We are just waiting on Vitos to finish up. Be in game soon. My music app just keeps dying lately. It was playing music earlier, no? Oh, it's working again now. So, put that back on for next time. Alright. How often do I change up the music to original StarCraft music? I usually just do it when, like... I usually just do it when, my music app's broken. The problem is usually, like, I play music, my music comes to a separate channel, so for example, you can still hear StarCraft sounds right now, right? But I can, like, slide the music up, and this, like, audio channel is just for music, so it's just always playing. I can just slide it up and down as needed. But, obviously the StarCraft music is just coming from my StarCraft game, which means that if I just let the StarCraft kind of sounds go, then you also hear me clicking around and joining lobbies and stuff, and all that kind of thing, so it's not really a big deal, but it's a good backup, but that's why I just use it as a backup. Alright, ByuN joins our lobby, make myself a referee. HARSTEM is in here as we get ready for some Terran vs Protoss. All Terran games from here on out today, guys. ByuN versus each of the 3 players we've seen so far. What happens when everyone now wins against ByuN and are all tied for first place? Or they all lose to ByuN, but then map score comes into play. Map score obviously would be if they all lose or win to ByuN with the same map score. That would be a straight up tiebreaker, 3-way tie. They would just play best of 1 decided matches. That would probably not happen today. I'd just do it a different day because at certain points people will already disappear and head off. But yeah, we would have tiebreakers. It's the one downside of these 4-player groups is that tiebreakers can happen a little bit more frequently, but I don't know, I just fancy doing it. We've not ran like a 4-player round robin group in so long. It's been like a hot minute since we did a group like this. I just really fancy running an event like this one, to be honest. Seemed like a fun plan. I'm also going to kick off into Crimson Court. In the bottom left, our blue Protoss player is going to be HARSTEM, as these two are teammates playing here in HARSTEM's final match of the day. While it is ByuN's first in the top right, our red Terran, obviously also from the Shopify Rebellion, is ByuN. Game on this best of 3. Crimson Court is our map to open on. Site Delta and Oceanborn are going to be maps 2 and 3. Or Oceanborn, Site Delta. Yeah, that way around. Oceanborn, Site Delta for maps 2 and 3. So that's going to be our map order for the best of 3. And yeah, HARSTEM takes out SHOWTIME. Took a map off Rogue. Realistically here, any map is potentially good for him, pending other results. Right, even if you lose, if losing 1-2 could potentially be huge, if ByuN 2-0s Rogue and if ByuN 2-0s SHOWTIME. Even for example, if ByuN just 2-0s Rogue and then goes 2-1 against SHOWTIME, HARSTEM would have the head-to-head tiebreaker because then both him and SHOWTIME would have more maps wins than, or more better map difference than Rogue, because they took a map against ByuN where Rogue did not. And then HARSTEM would have the head-to-head against SHOWTIME. So that's another way for HARSTEM to make it out of the group and into the playoffs. So yeah, 2 different possibilities. Yeah, 4th series of the day. And this has been a long day. Like I say, it's very rare that we have a 4-player group. 6 best of 3s usually do take about 3 hours. Usually we'd be wrapping it up right now, but instead we're halfway through. So just goes to show the level of games that we've been able to see so far today. Just love that as this probe is going to tuck itself right in the corner. That is invisible on the map almost. Kind of. I mean, you can be seen. You're not quite skinny enough to truly hide behind that little patch of grass, but or that whatever that is that's sticking up. Let's just see our Reaper continuing through. The Hellion continues up as well. We get all of that underway right now. Bring that in. And the probe is continuing into the natural. Going to go and nibble at the SCV. The Reaper comes in. Going to hit the probe in return. Probe will go down. Back to building on the side of ByuN, so we get that up and rolling. Stargate about to finish in a few moments as well. The couple of probes are still building up. The Stalker and the Warp Gate continue to come through. The Reapers continue down to the south, so way down over here they head. They're going to head up into the main base now. I'm going to go in after some of these probies. So a few probes going to be taking some damage. And there's a couple of Reapers that actually will take some shots, but will not go down at all. A grenade to try and help out. It's going to be a third kill. Target fire that final probe, and it would have gone down if it wasn't for the Phoenix lift. That will save that final probe. So 3 workers for the 2 Reapers. Pretty good for the Terran. 2 Reapers, the sort of units which do not scale super well later in the game, so getting some probe damage done super early, getting into HARSTEM's face and hurting that economy early on. Very impactful. Probably the most impactful 2 Reapers would be. Yeah, I think you're generally just going to say that, yeah, I'm pretty okay with this. This turned out pretty nicely for me. As our male Karak is going to sit on top of that Widowmine. He's like, I'll be the bait, guys. If anyone wants to come and chase me down, well, wouldn't that be interesting? Can we get a 4-way tie? I don't think so. Because it would be impossible. Because we can't ever get to... Because someone would have a winning score and someone else would have a losing score. 4-way tie is not possible in a group like this. Because it's just 4 players, we played 3 matches. For it to be a 4-way tie, it would have to be... You have to have something to kind of, create the tie, which would, in this case, be like ByuN going either 3-0 or 0-3. But it just can't happen. In a 5-player group, you could have a 4-way tie. It's happened a couple of times. 1 Phoenix already down for HARSTEM is obviously going to make defense here now a little bit more of a challenge, so that may be a little bit of an issue as our Cyclones, a Viking, Widowmine, Medevac all coming across. A few Marines are going to gather up. Widowmine looking to launch. The Cyclones stepping forward here as well. Just going to be seeing our Cyclones just going to get lifted. The lift's obviously very good, taking a lot of the damage out of this. The Viking getting lifted as well. Cyclone's still on the ground, putting some work in. And ByuN make this work. He's starting to kill Stalkers, but it's dangerous, especially as the Phoenix are still here. You can't have a 3-way tie? Yep, that's... I explained that this is why the tie conversation is in place, because I explained the possibility. You can have a 3-way tie either if ByuN goes 0-3 or if he goes 3-0. Yeah. TLDR, it goes down to map difference first, so it would have to be ByuN going 3-0 or 0-3 with the same map score against all the different players. And then also it would come down, if that happened, it would come down to like actual tiebreaker matches. Honestly, tiebreakers happen a fair bit in 4-player round robin. It's why we don't really do it, but I guess I just fancy doing something a little bit different, mixing it up a teeny tiny bit. Forge is coming through, the charge coming up, the Phoenix is on the way. Cell is coming through as well, just going to be having ourselves 1-1 upgrades, Stimpack and combat shields. Coming through also, just going to have our Stalker still gathering there. This Phoenix going to gather up, heading to the top, orbital command. Moving out toward the 3rd base here. It's going to float that across and into position. Phoenix going to fire, orbital command will take some damage. A couple of Cyclones and Marines going to remain nearby. Phoenix will get those shots off and the orbital will land for the moment. Then 1-1 upgrades on the way through. Charge is about to finish as well, so bringing all of that out. Additional gateways being brought in as well as a couple extra zealots get warped. HARSTEM sitting in front of that 3rd base currently. Yeah, that 4th nexus coming down on that 6 o'clock. Oh, not being kind of delayed too much. He actually, honestly, with that first defense against the Cyclones and stuff, I actually think put himself in a pretty okay spot for a little bit. My shots obviously was nice to soften things up. ByuN coming across with another force now. HARSTEM is going to finish his +1 attack, +1 armor trails slightly as we look to see if he can get the units up necessary to defend against this right now. So let's see what we can do. ByuN just going to step up. Battery is going to take some damage. A couple of Zealots going to start taking some shots here. Those Cyclones continue to fight. The Zealots still taking damage. Force fields all down. PICV is already dropping. 5 workers dropping here across the map as HARSTEM, as always, so good with those counterattacks. Does he have the DPS to truly hold on his third? As the super battery fades away, you're going to start seeing units of the Protoss dropping extremely quickly to this Bioforce. A couple of Widow Mines burrow up now. Going to actually land onto, actually not the Phoenix. I thought they were going to reach across there, but it was a Zealot that they hit instead. GG is called, and that is going to be ByuN taking game number 1 as he just has a bit too much power on this push. HARSTEM felt like he had a good defense, but he just didn't have. And he's going double upgrades and all sorts right there. He just doesn't have the tech units out to really deal with an attack of that size. That's why double upgrades for Protoss is a bit too greedy, maybe, rather than kind of getting some sort of splash damage available. We will head into Oceanborn for game number 2, guys. A game that didn't go 20 minutes? Oh my goodness. Wow, we don't have to run ads immediately? That's incredible. How did this happen? As we'll load into game 2 here in a sec. Oceanborn will be our map. Again, after this, we're going to be hopping into ByuN Rogue and then ByuN Showtime as well. HARSTEM is down a game. His best of 3. I'll be link in. Everyone to join us here. Got a bunch of casters across a bunch of different languages going on. We've got Indie, Rex, Pommy, and TKL. As always, appreciate the guys providing coverage of our events in all the different languages, letting loads of different people tune in and watch from around the world. Always great to have them along for the ride. I think, by the way, guys, the sub count's been going up, but we feel like we haven't had many subs announced in chat, but we've actually reached 850 subs, which is incredible. I've been saying this a lot lately, but that is amazing. We are genuinely on a little bit of a push towards 1,000 subscribers. So if you are enjoying, you want to maybe help us with a little bit of, I mean, that's still a little bit of a far off goal, but maybe not impossible over the next couple of weeks if we have some good streams. Want to help us with that, consider using your Prime sub on the channel. Consider subscribing. Give some subs if you're feeling super generous. As we head into the bottom right corner of the map, this is going to be our Red Protoss, who is down a game in this best of 3. It is HARSTEM. Battles ByuN in the top left side of the map. This is ByuN. Settle down on this one. Let's just have ourselves probe moving about a little bit, getting settled in. Just gonna have our Reaper and our Orbital coming up, Cybercore on the assimilator continuing to come through. And Reaper coming up, Command Center coming by. I'm just going to have ourselves probably on the map from HARSTEM, going to go scout out a little bit here in these early stages. Nothing too wild in terms of the production tab. Tech lab on the way actually for the barracks, which is maybe not the most normal, but it's fairly typical in the build order spectrum of ByuN. And a couple of marauders across the map early can be very neat, and great for the Reaper to catch the probe, because if the probe sees the when the probes are, if the probe sees the tech lab, then you kind of know what this is going to be. Now you don't, and that maybe leads you to getting the adept on the map. Maybe that's when it gets caught by the marauders. And if the marauders get caught, they catch on the adept, then that can be absolutely huge. Welcome, Cousin Shell's still coming up. Phoenix and the Stalker coming in and gets set to rumble. The grenade goes off. Probe's gonna get blasted around. Cyclone racks and the SCVs continue to produce here for the moment. Phoenix coming across the left. Another Phoenix on the way, so HARSTEM going to continue to build that Phoenix count for the moment. Come with the left-hand side again. Cyclone and the Marines coming through. Cyclone going to lock on. Phoenix going to take a few more damaging shots. Council on the way through here on the side of HARSTEM, so just gonna get only a couple of Phoenix. I mean, Twilight after Phoenix means that we're probably gonna most likely play Phoenix Charge. If this turns into Phoenix Blink, then we are on for a crazy game. Yeah, Phoenix Charge, and you can obviously be very aggressive off of Phoenix Charge, and also very good at clearing up a lot of the early attacks from your opponents. If they get going too soon, then yeah, there really is a lot you can do. Phoenix move about. A couple Marines are going to be there. Phoenix taking damage. Phoenix moving. Just going to have ourselves again the +1 attack and the charge continuing up. Stimpack, Combat Shield, and +1 all on the way from ByuN as well. A couple Marines continuing to play as a couple of, well, the Starport continues online. That Cyclone locks onto the Phoenix there, pushing that back out for a little bit. Starport switches to that reactor. A couple of Medivacs will start up. Again, Marine Marauder coming through. Stimpack, Combat Shield, and +1 all building on the side of ByuN. Continue to get that going. The Phoenix back up toward the top. Get that underway. Again, robot facility starting up from HARSTEM with the Phoenix in production. +1 attack and charge. Continue to build as our Phoenix will try. Dive in toward the main base. Cyclone going to fire up a few shots. Phoenix going to get turned around. Orbital going to lift off, move toward the third base. Bio heads down to the bottom right side. Phoenix going to gather, missile turret going to be there, Bio's going to get in, the Adept is going to get a grab. Just going to grab a couple of SCVs. Still going to take some damage, a couple of Zealots going down, battery going to be there as ByuN's first attack forwards. I mean, this is the test to see if you can kind of overwhelm a little bit against those Zealots. The answer is not really, and HARSTEM will be able to hold this off. If this was a more tech-based army, then, you know, obviously this was very biocentric. If this was more tech-based, that's when the Zealots can overwhelm. Against bio, the Zealots should just be there and good enough to kind of hold off for the most part. Phoenix still overhead. The Robo Bay building up with that extended thermal lance. Colossus on the way. Sentry Zealots, Probes, Nexus all coming through as our Bio steps up. Gets rid of a Zealot there as well. I mean, get with another wave of this attack, but I think this is looking stronger than before. Have a couple of Zealots already on the other side again. HARSTEM is so good at these moves. Let's just jump in toward that mineral line. USCVs continue to drop. So battery goes off. It's going to be starting to put some work in. I feel as though HARSTEM should have enough here to hold on, but this is looking a little scary to begin with. Now the Nexus is in trouble. He's got to wait for those Force Fields to expire if he wants to fight this. In he goes. There is a Widow Mine available. Splashes massively. Hits a lot of Zealots. Hits some Phoenix as well. That first Widow Mine was amazing. And HARSTEM. Army supplies dropping from him a little bit, but here comes maybe the hero of the day. The Colossus showing up and pushing back this army. And now then, ByuN has to step away from this. He has to back up and out of here. Phoenix is going to continue to chase, though. The is going to be there. We go back and forth. Couple good force fields again. Plus 2 attack, then Thermal Lance all coming up. The Colossus and Phoenix continue to build. Forge on the way up as well here on the side of HARSTEM. I will just jump onto this set of rocks again. Zealot going to take some more damage. You're going to see the rocks going down, so that will fall. Bang bang, a couple of Widow Mine shots and the Zealots will go down. Again, +2, +1 and Blink on the way in. The upgrades continue to roll out for our pros player here who did make the hold in the end. It just looked scary at points. There's moments where it felt as though there could be some issues. It's moving about. Fire's gonna go jumping forward. Rock's gonna be taking some damage. We're gonna have our rocks going down already. Again, +2, +1 continue to come through. We have our Gravitic Drive and Blink and Disruptor coming up. Dark Shrine continue to get going as well. Yo, Fireball, what's up? Thanks so much for the 58-month resub. Hell yeah, thank you so much. Push it, Wardy. Oh yeah, I don't know what we're pushing, but we're pushing it. As our bio continues to gather around. I'm just gonna go jump onto a few of those Zealots. A few Zealots go down already. The push from ByuN is obviously going to be a big challenge for HARSTEM. That's going to be one of the things to really keep on top of here. Can you split your units effectively? Can you not let little groups of units get caught off guard? Empire continues to come about. He's going to get forwards here. A couple of EMPs on toward the Colossus as well. Phoenix with the lift goes going down. Rest of the Marauders taking damage as well. That's HARSTEM. He's just going to keep on trading. The Marauder's going to go down. A couple of Ghosts maybe taking some damage also. Marauder is going to get picked away at Phoenix and dropping these Marauders back off. And we actually are going to play the cleanup here, although Colossus still took quite a lot of damage. If he goes down, it's going to step forward. That Disruptor does not get a chance to fire. As we have the Vikings still shooting up at the Phoenix now. Another Colossus coming back over here. HARSTEM continue to try and hang on in there, as he is going to actually get a good jump on this army. The problem is he's sending everything on this army on the left, and that means the right side army is going to get rid of that base. So HARSTEM loses a 5th. Maybe HARSTEM just fully commits to the counterattack, though. I think he has to. There's no reason he brings everything to the left and ignores the split army anymore, unless his plan is to just fully send it. But ByuN, because it's taking HARSTEM so long to get across the map, ByuN's already now pulling back that split army, and HARSTEM's already stepping back as well. I don't think he's going to be able to find what he was looking for there. Marauder continues to move about. We just have ourselves the 3-3 upgrades on the way in as well, so we bring that through. Seeing the libs and goes continue to produce. Shot to shot, trying to find something, but it's going to get punished and taken down immediately as well. Also not exactly a fun moment at all. As you're just going to see our Stalkers and our Colossus continue to press up, continuing to push through for now. Phoenix are going to fight against those Vikings. Vikings fighting against those Phoenix. I'm going to send a couple of DTs into this mineral. I'm going to go after some of those SEVs. A couple of libs are going to come through chasing this as well. Going to drop the mules down to try and block the army. Doesn't really work, but the Colossus still in the front. We're going to take some damage. The Disruptor Shot, though, is massive, so the Disruptor Shot is very large. And we're killing... the DTs are putting in work. Zealots are going to jump onto that planetary as well to keep ByuN on 4 bases instead of 5. The DT still hold positioning, but actually if it just attacked, we'd probably have been able to do a little bit more. I'm not sure if there's a turret nearby, maybe. DT in the main getting going. There's that planetary fortress going down, so HARSTEM does knock that away. Still moving back to the middle of the map then. Trying to make use of this. I mean, the Liberators, a couple of them are up, but it's not a crazy count, so I'd say it's a manageable number for HARSTEM so far. I would say he's kind of okay in, having to try and deal with this. That Disruptor Shot is good for a bit of bio. Another Disruptor Shot comes out also, looking to try and strike. Keep going down. Gonna have ourselves another couple of shots starting to set up to come through. We are going to see this army now collapsing on 2 different sides. HARSTEM taking a lot of damage, just taking a lot of hits. Disruptor trying to figure out what it would like to try and do here. But unable to really get there so far. Just going to be seeing Bio is just going to continue to steam through. Man, HARSTEM put up a pretty good fight in the end there. But ByuN getting it done as he takes this 2-0. Our first 2-0 of the day. 15 minutes on Oceanborn for ByuN to round out that series. And ByuN will start off in the best way he can. 2-0 when no one else has found a 2-0. Great start. We'll see if we can keep it up as we are going to swap on over to the Korea server for ByuN versus Rogue. Going to get that going in a couple of moments. Guys, we're going to take a quick break here. We'll be right back. More StarCraft on the way as soon as we return. Alright guys, well there's no post-youth in the map pool, but there is going to be Dynasty, so... Dynasty Oceanborn Alcyone, I just say it because post-youth a couple of weeks ago, ByuN and Rogue played a 45-minute draw on that map. They agreed to just end the game in a draw and go again because they just didn't think they could kill each other. By attacking in, they thought it was better to just go to a new game. ByuN then won pretty quickly on the rematch, but I'm just thinking, you know, I'm okay with long games, but these guys have already been playing longer than probably expected because, like I say, it's been some long games in general. So I just thought I'd bring that up. It's like, hey, no post-youth, maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's a good thing. Alright, we are going to get going here in a couple of moments, guys. Countdown is on. So ByuN versus Rogue, we bring this up when we get this going. Alright, let's hop into game number 1 of this best of 3 TVZ. As we have got to the top right, our blue Terran player from the Shopify Rebellion. He's now 1-0-2-0 in this group. It is ByuN. As in the bottom left, our red Zerg is Rogue. Get ready to kick this one off and get this one underway. Look to see what our plan is going to be. It's opening the series up. We're gonna throw a hatchery down. As do have the gas and sorry, just the pool coming up. The hatchery, interestingly enough, is going to be on the gold base. Now on the outside as well. It's becoming a more common thing for the Zergs to do. So it's becoming a little bit more frequently kind of jumped into and kind of dove upon as we get this going. Orbital command center continue to come up. Just gonna be having ourselves the hatch, gas, and pool. Like, well, hatch and pool, no gas. I keep wanting to say gas, but there really is not a gas here at all. Extractor coming up. Again, a few drones mining away on the mineral lines. Just gonna get that on the way as well. Trying to get set up here currently. As our Reaper continues to head down to the bottom left-hand side of the map. So Reaper going to get a bit of a journey on the go. Protron coming up, Queen's on the way, Overlord producing as well. You see those couple lings coming up, and they're going to start jumping onto the Reaper. Reaper will take a few more shots. And there's going to continue to go fighting here as the drone takes a little bit more damage as well. Queen's still firing through. See, ByuN's setup is going to be a second barracks at home and then the factory, so going to be a little bit biocentric here, me. You can be a little bit of a 2-1-1-esque timing, right? Get some Marines out into the medevacs quickly and go from there. Could be the way we try and play this. We're going to shoot. Queen gets blasted. Just going to have our Reaper continue to get pushed around a little bit. Factory about to finish. It's a bunk on the way from ByuN. He's looking to just be very cautious. He's afraid of the Roach Ravager in production, and so he should be maybe. A little bit of pressure there. If you can shut that down immediately, that would be great. And there's a few extra drones finishing up here on the side of Rogue, so we get those completed. People still moving around in the center. Bunker about to complete. And that starport coming online as well right now on this side of ByuN, so we get that up and running. Comes through, CC up in the skies. Ravager's going to step in. The few Marines going to fight there a little bit as well. The SCVs are now going to pull through, so these units just kind of walk past the bunker. However, ByuN's going to be able to close the gap quickly, and he's going to lose some SCVs, absolutely, yes, but he's going to kill everything here and still have a good amount of Marines. Remember, Stim is about to be done. Our starport's about to get to the reactor. We will have our first medevacs out soon, and we will start moving around the map and trying to deal damage in this very, very shortly. So this honestly looks kind of concerning in my eyes for Rogue, because I feel like, yeah, you did some damage, yes, you have a gold base, but your third hatch is only just now finishing. Your lair's only just now completing. I mean, this is nice. I was denying the Terran mining here for a little bit with this Roach as well. It's the benefit of playing any sort of a Roach style on this map. Denying that gold base mining. That's why the Zerg takes the gold on the outside as well, so it doesn't get, you don't get harassed from the other side and have no access to get there easily. So I guess we'll see what ByuN does as the medevacs pop. He's going into siege tank as well. Could be a very aggressive second kind of wave as well, past the first just kind of initial Marine medevac drop. He could then go into like a tank Marine push, and that could actually be very effective too. So possibilities. There's a Reaper that's trying to be annoying here, but doesn't get much done. Roach Ravager still joining up defensively as that Roach speed is coming up to being halfway done. ByuN is out on the map with his first two medevacs, as once again a Roach there is just denying the gold base mining. Medevacs load up, gonna head down toward the bottom right hand corner, just gonna see our Roach Ravager still gathering. Down to the south, reducing the Marine's going to get there, knocking down an Overlord as well. Marine's going to load back into the medevacs. And the medevacs time, Marines continuing to come through. Marines is going to go jumping forwards. Ravagers and Roaches continue to fight. I was going to see a couple of shots coming through there. In the end, ByuN didn't do too much with the Marine phase of this, but to be fair, Rogue's on 36 drones and is just spamming Roach Ravager. ByuN doesn't really want to do anything right now. Have you seen how Roach Ravager keeps coming up? A few SCVs will be pulling away again. A couple of tanks firing. +1 attack, +1 armor, continue to come through. Combat shield coming up as well. You see now our Ravager's still trying to put some damage in here, trying to find some other opportunities. And the medevacs is going to lift off, pulling back over the side again. Roach Ravager on the move, attacking armor upgrades building from ByuN. I mean, obviously, as long as he didn't die there, then this is good, because his opponent is building a ton of units and not a lot of workers. Rogue is very much thinking in the here and now, and then let's do something very quickly, rather than the let's play for the long game. Battle coming through, a couple of SCVs go down. Our Marines get there for a couple of Ravagers and the Overseer. Nice little run in. Nice little grab. Seeing our units continue to move them about there as Roach Ravager gathers. Marines get over to the right side. Overlord will take some shots. This Ravager gets grabbed. The tank's still settling just on that base. Got a couple of shots. Prosobal's going to take down another medevac. These medevacs will continue to chase the Roaches away. More Ravagers morphing. We have our tanks chilling as our Marines are going to have to step backward at the moment. Rogue with a lot of army supply. But not really that much work account still, like I say. I mean, he's really hoping to do more than this right now. I mean, now he's kind of added a couple of drones, but still making lings. A very weird game. It's a very weird game, actually. Step up, Roach Ravager coming through. Birds of Bars dropping down, still gonna see our tanks gonna unsiege, relocate a little bit. Tanks continue to drop in, Marines and the Medivacs moving about, 2-2 on the way as well, +1 vehicle weapons also on the way up currently. Marine tank all gathering, still just seeing our 2-2 coming about, +1 vehicle weapons. ByuN just happy to play a very patient game, which is exactly the correct call given what Rogue is doing. Still only 56 drones on this map right now. Little bar's gonna come up. You're gonna see our Marines and Medivacs getting chased out of there. Roach Ravager will step forward. The unit's gonna step up as well. Marine's gonna have to back away. And again, back into the center. Still got 2-2 about to finish. Drilling claws on the way up. Gonna knock those rocks down, take that out again. 2-2 about to finish here on the side of ByuN, so get that 2-2 completed. Drilling claws is still in production, about halfway done at the moment. Roach Ravager really trying hard to open up the map. Still only 63 workers. Heading to the Lurker Den. Rogue's army is massive, but his money is going to be terrible. I mean, he's got a bit of bank right now. I mean, his income just cannot possibly end up being good here, especially as that gold base mines out. Tank sieging across the board. Command Center will look to drop down. ByuN now building a base on that other side of the goal. The reason for that is he wants the rich Vespine gas, it seems, and I guess he'll also say that that's going to be pretty reasonable. It's going to be seen how Medivac's heading down the bottom. Ravager steps up, couple vials go down. Nidus network still producing through for the moment here. Bio loading back up into the Medivacs. Medivac's actually going to be looking to get out of there alive. Chased by Hydras. One goes down. Oh, we stopped moving. We're dropping in a bad place. ByuN didn't realize how much Rogue was going to chase, I guess. The thing is, Rogue is still attacking into all those siege tanks, so it's not necessarily terrible for ByuN, whose tanks go huge. Two ghosts showing up as well, ready to snipe on the tail end of this. And these are the trays I just don't think Rogue will ever be able to afford to build out of again. He just hasn't had the economy. He chose to stay on a low drone count all day long. Final Ghost moving over, Command Center setting up. Things moving down the bottom, getting a couple of Nidus networks, the Bane Nest coming up, Seismic Spines on the way. Command Center moves over to that right hand side, couple of snipes coming in on the Overlord. Have those couple of lurkers coming through. Adrenal glands, burrow, adaptive talons, all continuing about at the moment. What a weird game. More snipes coming about. It's going to be seeing a Hydra Ravager moving forward. CC getting killed. It's going to see that tank going down as well. So another little pick off there as we have a lurker. Going to unburrow, pull back. 8 more Hydras on the way in. Rogue finally got the worker count up to above 80, by the way. Changeling's gonna drop down. Again, the spine's still coming up, the spore coming through. Gonna see a bit of bio already stepping forward here. The Ravagers and the Hydras get chased away immediately. He's gonna step up. Ravagers continuing to push. Lurkers as well. Ravager, Hydra, Lurker just gonna push forward here. Just going to be seeing our units continue to get picked away at. And a couple of ghosts continue through, plus 2 vehicle plating, Neo Steel armor, all coming up. Snipe, snipe, snipe. Couple of Ravagers going down already. Yeah, the Nidus is in the back. We're seeing the rest of the ghosts and everything coming back together. And Hydra comes up. Nidus Network's really not seeing too much success then just yet as Rogue tries to blast his way through the bottom side of the map. So going to engage in it from the bottom here. More Overseers being added on. Rogue has been doing this thing lately. All the Overseers kind of block the lurkers so you can't snipe them easily, can't click them. Plus 3 missiles, plus 1 melee, all of that building. Couple SCVs going to jump into that retrovespian gas. It's going to for a little while as you see ByuN looking for potential snipes here. Going to knock down our changelings at the front as we step back. There's snipes on the first lurker. That will go down. The Bane's getting grabbed as well. A few more snipes continue out. Snipes all over the place as they continue to get absolutely demolished. These lurkers just getting pushed back. I mean, this is obviously a Rogue who was kind of dead in this game. I mean, honestly, the fact this game went 18 minutes and Rogue never really did anything fantastic in this game is kind of a, I don't know if it's a testament. It's just, I think, ByuN playing extremely safe, to be honest. 21,000 to 8,000 resources lost. And that's just not going to get any better as these snipes continue to come through. There's no spellcasters to stop the ghosts. There's no banelings to stop the ghosts. There's nothing to stop the ghosts, actually. Fusion core coming in, starport coming up, plus 3 vehicle weapons coming up as well. Alright, look at Bane coming up the top side. Overseers on the move. We're going to try and rotate direction on this map a little bit. He still has a lot of the map, it's just he doesn't have a lot of supply to work with. ByuN is rich as well. As the turrets continue to build, 44 lings of production from Rogue. I'm not sure if that's really going to change a whole bunch of anything, to be honest. Ghost continues to step forward. Let me see how Overseer's chilling. A couple of ghosts are going to be firing. He's going to crash in. A few ghosts going down. Just going to be seeing the medevacs continue to escape back to the upper right-hand side. Another 90s attempt here, but that tank is on top of it. ByuN can actually be hit by a counterattack down here. A couple of tanks very far forward. That is not a planter or anything yet, so it can't really defend itself even against just the Ling Bane. Rogue's still trying to Nidus, but none of these Niduses will go up successfully. Well, that one does, but it dies a moment later. More snipes coming out from the ghosts. Just going to be having our Bio getting rid of the Nidus. You see that ghost going through. Bane's Lurk is all coming up. Again, +2 melee coming in. I was gonna get here, Orbital taking shots. And we've seen the Liberator range coming up as well from ByuN. And no one in this group has shied away from it's just, yeah, there's a couple of tanks set up, Landry Fortress fighting, CC cancels. Other CC gonna get placed, Ling Bane, Lurker, Hydra. Couple spores gonna fire, Medevac taking damage again, Libs and the Seismic and the Advanced Ballistics coming up. ByuN just taking the very safe route all game long. More snipes coming out, those lurkers are still dropping, damage being done across the board here, the rest of the Ling's gonna run in. So Bane's continue to drop down here. I mean, this is again just a good fight for ByuN. I'm still yet to see really a good fight for Rogue. Is my problem in this entire game, right? Like, the entire game has just been all about ByuN. 23k resources lost. Yes, Rogue had a lot of bases to work with, but ByuN has always had a massive bank. Ghost is going to get there, knock that Nidus down. So Banes are going to morph. I'm just going to step forward again with these few lurkers. Chinchins will be targeted. ByuN will get rid of those, clear up the way in that regard. Available snipes, but not really being utilized just yet as our Liberators continue to step up. Help push back on that position, pushing back a base. ByuN at the same time is trying to defend bottom right. That's only an orbital. Surprised that's not an orbital and a planetary. The orbital still can lift up and kind of just dodge away from being failing down, but then a planetary near it, so it actually does have some defense. Because right now, just a few ghosts showing up is not exactly ideal as we EMP the Overseers. Some of these ghosts, I was going to say are likely to die, but the Bane stopped chasing, they turn back around. ByuN drops to 46 works, but again, 7.5k, 5k in the bank. Again, ByuN just going to keep setting planetaries up and choke points, keep having positions to fall back to. Utilizing Libs to be frustrating right now as well is going to be, again, just another annoyance. Drones go down. Libs, tanks, and Philip Reigniter all continue to come about. Orbital's just going to drop down. He's going to fire, he's going to be seeing the tanks, going to shoot back, and just going to have that Ling Bane Lurker Force going to get pushed away for the moment, so a little bit of a shove back for the moment here. Couple of shots over to command taking damage. You're going to see our ghosts lining up to fire some hits off. The Libs will siege. Snipe, 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 and a bunch of lurkers go down immediately. I mean, like I said before, this is really still just waiting for anything, quite frankly, for Rogue to kind of go his way. Looks coming up. Ling's still coming through. Planetary forges continue to come about. Two shots coming around. Just gonna be seeing a Hydra Lurker gonna push up on the top side, so away we go over there. And try and come straight on through. A big push in to begin with is just gonna be seeing our Ling's Lurkers all setting up into this, taking a step forward right now. Obviously he's gonna pull back a little bit. A few Lurkers still stepping in. Liberator is coming through as well. Again, Rogue supply just plummets, and he's never had enough economy enough. I mean, he's had bases, he's had economy, but he's never traded well enough to maintain a bank. Every time he trades, it seems to go disastrously for him. As the Liberators are going to fire that, going to keep everything back again. Resources lost must be horrible. I mean, we've looked at it a few times. It's gone even worse. 56k to 23k to end it. This was an unwinnable game for Rogue. I think it's been unwinnable for like 10, 15 minutes, honestly. I don't think Rogue ever had a chance in this game. Like, the first Roach Ravager attack didn't do anywhere near enough. And then the second Roach Ravager attack did nothing. Every part of this game just looked as though Rogue was losing. As brutal as it is to say it like that, I mean, sometimes you just gotta say it as it is. And in this case, Rogue showed us nothing to be hopeful for at any point of that game. So, on to the next. As he drew it out, he let ByuN play the late game. ByuN didn't make any mistakes. We get into our next map here in a couple of moments, as we'll go to Oceanborn for game number 2. So many 20+ minute games today. It's been a long one. As ready, GG is going to get called. We're going to start this off, and we're going to get into Oceanborn right now. Game number 2 coming on in as we get this underway. Where's Clem at? No Clem today. He's playing in a different group of this tournament. So we set up into this game on Oceanborn. Let's see what goes down. In the bottom right hand side, our blue Zerg found a game in the best 3. Wonder what he's going to bring to the table on this one. It is going to be Rogue in the bottom right. If ByuN wins this 2-0, we are going to be on track to potentially have a tiebreaker situation, guys. Ay, ay, ay. Game number 2, Rogue in the bottom right, ByuN in the upper left, Oceanborn our battlefield. Overlord is going to come across the map. Very exciting. What's the ship on the shelf next to the battle cruiser? It's a Brute Lord. There you go. What do you mean the Brute Lord? There's little battle cruisers underneath. Top of my shelf so much cooler than the bottom of my shelf. You want that BC? Yeah, that's very cool. Not gonna lie. It's very cool. So happy they made the carry and the Brood Lord as well. sorry, low FPS because I'm tapped out of the game, clicking buttons. There we go. Couple lings, gonna go into the Reaper. Reaper gonna take some damage as he comes in though and gets a ling, so ByuN gonna get a first ling initially, start that off. Reaper just chilling here, Queen coming over, ling speed is about halfway done to start out with, a couple of drones in the hatchery coming in as well, so just getting that underway, drones building, overload coming through. And you have that Queen and the ling speed continue to come up also, so all of that on the way in. For the moment, there's a couple of lings gonna knock down some rocks. Clearing up house a little bit. Now that Queen is gonna fire some shots. And two Hellions and Reaper just going to set up. You have a command center finishing very shortly as well. Bring that up and online. The Ling gets into the main base. CC sets up as well. It's the third base coming online now. As the River continue over. Still got a stim pack coming up, the Marine on the way, Banshee coming up as well. Most of the Hellions will poke around for some damage here and there. One Banshee done, second Banshee on the way. Let's see if those Banshees have anything interesting they might be able to get up to here. Hellions already coming down at the bottom side. Fourth hatchery's on the way up from Rogue. He just got that started. Hellions will go burning up that hatch for a little bit, so some damage dealt. Engineering base, barracks all building up. Just gonna see the stim pack continue to come around for the moment. Goes down. Hellion's gonna step backwards, but you have the 1-1 and the stim pack coming online. Stim's about to finish. As the Baneling nest starts up from Rogue as well. A couple Evo chambers continuing through, finishing up momentarily. Bench combo makes that move. Like I say, no cloak on these guys, so just going to be trying to move in and out and see if there's anything to be grabbed. Queen on the side, going to take a few shots of damage as well. Again, melee upgrades and the Baneling speed coming up. A few additional drones are on the way in as well. All of that coming online for the moment. As the Hellions going to knock down some creep teamers as well, so we can get some extra damage done. Nice round. Ling's gonna get a full wrap around there, actually. Barracks coming down the left. Medivacs gonna move out as ByuN wants to try and stay active on the map. Obviously coming in, a few drones drop down, the Banshee's still poking about when the opportunity is given. Obviously full scout from Rogue, he knows what he's up against as ByuN will get the tank and a few Marines in position here. We'll try and take the opportunity to pressure into some of this creep. I don't know, I mean tank doesn't really reach much, it's just going to be a backup to the Marines. something they can fall back to as well. Lift up, let the tank get some shots off. Target fire the banelings is going to be great. We're going to lose the rest of the banelings here. That means the Marines behind the siege tank is going to be a fantastic. Horrible trade for Rogue, as Rogue is backing off from there. Already double resources lost for Rogue and ByuN. That was an awful decision from Rogue to move forward. This tank is not really in any sort of position to do anything apart from take advantage of you running into it. And so what does he do? He runs into it. That's exactly what ByuN wants you to do, Rogue. Don't let your opponent decide what's up. Marines got some creep here now. Going to step onto the Queens. A lot of transfusions going down. It's pretty much going to drain the Queens of energy. However, it's good enough to save the Queens. None go down. Medevac dies. 2 upgrades still in production as well. The siege tank Marines and extra barracks coming up. Actually going to get caught here a little bit. Tanks on siege. Can we get rid of these banelings? We lift up. We're going to pull behind the tanks again, similar to what we did before. As the medevac's unable to get a full unload though, and that will be that. Still knocked down a lot of the banelings. ByuN continuing to do that as Rogue just rushes up to Hive. Going to get burrow upgrade also. Potential burrow baneling plays could be absolutely massive, of course. So that's one thing we're going to be holding out for and watching for. Definitely a possibility. Marines chilling. HTML upgrade still building through. We do have the TP on the side of ByuN coming up as well right now, so continue to bring that into play. Just having ourselves a couple of Banshees going after that extracted, damage being dealt. Banshees around the back, couple of drones already going down. We'll have that Ultras Cavern starting up here on the side of Rogues. Again, that Ultras Cavern on the way. Marines unloading, Overseer taking damage. The Lings are going to run forward. The Banes are going to get through there as well as the Marines load back up. They're going to pull back over that right-hand side. The rest of those Overseers coming online. Going to get rid of 2 Overseers. They both go down. The Ling Bane continues over. Army continues to move about. Again, a couple of CCs continuing in. The Lings are moving around also, as we do have a couple of those Lings turned back. Once more, ByuN is just happy to build CCs, set up the factory, control the game with drops, and then start a build into the later stages. Loads up the left-hand side, going to drop into the natural. Just going to drop in. A few Lings will go down. Obviously, scans available here. It's going to be a pretty good defense. Another attempt from Rogue that's just not really going to do much at all, honestly. Backing up the center as well. I mean, like I say, Rogue is just losing units. Doesn't feel like he gains anything from this. I mean, again, with so good resources lost, 9.9k to 5k, only 11 minutes in. I mean, Vipers and Ultras on the way up. Rogue is going to have 94 drones this time, so he's going to have a much better economy. Continues around, medevac up in the sky. Still got that kindness playing about to finish, plus 3 carapace coming through. Another hatch goes down. Let's load up a group of Lings. They're going to come about for the moment. Away they go. Another attempt of that drop, which did not really do much previously. Guess I'll throw us in position straight away. I mean, 2 overlords go down, dropping a total of 3 Lings. Obviously, the other overlords will continue through, but so many Lings just die in transit. And we are going to try and get the engineer bay here. Is ByuN paying attention? I don't think he'll get a wraparound to prepare it anyways. A few Marauders are going after those Lings. He's actually going to lose his upgrades. Rogue is going to see some success as +3 attack goes down as well. So yeah, 3-3 fully denied. That's something. I mean, it's way better than what we saw previously. Rogue has to throw away units with that style. Yeah, that's great, but there's a throwing away units and getting something out of them, and throwing away units and getting nothing done with it at all. Like, obviously he has to throw away units. Lingbane Ultra is designed to headbutt into these armies, but like I say, sometimes you got to do plays like this, right? This is looking a lot better, where you knock down a planetary, you get a bunch of SCVs killed as well. You're making positive progress while throwing your units away, and 94 drones lets you rebuild instantly. I'm still sitting out here. +3 melee, +3 carapace continue to come up. Drones coming over again, +2 vehicle weapons coming through, the cloaking on the way out. Drones coming across to that bottom left-hand side again. Spire coming up. A few more lings coming in. 3-3 upgrades continue to get going as well. Orc being very aggressive with base expansions. Trying to take this one here. Slow ByuN down for taking a little bit. And may just be able to control this map well enough to make this work. As again, that might be a few tanks too many to run into, though. Like I say, may have to get a little bit more creative with where you headbutt. Tanks move about. Ling's going to run up. ByuN's going to load in as well. More tank shots. Ling's taking shots. Swarm hosts in production from Rogue. So wait for him to try and find some efficiency, it seems, with those swarm hosts coming through. ByuN going to fight here. That's funny. One of the swarm hosts comes out of the hatchery on this top side. We'll take a few more shots. Things are just gonna go after the rocks there. Let's see if he's pulling around. We do have ourselves a couple more CCs continuing up. ByuN gonna step onto the creep. As ByuN will start the slow flight back for map control. It's not going to come quickly or easily, but little by little he can chip away. And we're in for a long game here with the way that ByuN likes to play lately. He's super comfortable and confident, kind of just letting this go late. Ghost going to come around. Ling's going to take damage. She's going to be seeing a queen up the top. He's going to get taken down. A couple creep teamers as well will drop down. 3-3 upgrades are building from ByuN. Again, we have small hosts, overseers all coming by. The +1 missiles is coming through also. And a couple of Vikings trying to get there, as well as our siege tanks pick away at those locusts. They will all drop. The Vikings still continue to fly through. And ByuN will step forwards. A couple swarm hosts and the lings all coming out as well. So all those overseers ready to block those snipes as the word on the street of why they're being used like this by Rogue. Very innovative of him. Swarm hosts, I'm gonna drop the locust down. We've seen the Marines continue to fight. A couple of those locusts continue to get dropped. Damage being done. Ultra's Lings is gonna go wrap around a set of rocks here as well. We'll still step forward again, +2 missiles, +2 flyer attack, continuing in for now. Vikings Ghost all gathering again. Our Neo Steel plating is on the way up. ByuN again accepting the late stages. This time Rogue's banked so much better though. 8k, 3.5k. He's so much richer and he's traded still twice as badly, but he's taken so much more of the map, so much more actively. And again, he's done it with that, you know, extra work account. Really puts him in a much more playable position. The Swarm was going to drop in here. So we're flying 2 siege tanks. A little bit of bio, not bad at all. Anytime you're getting rid of those tanks, that's generally a pretty big positive. Type comes across, feelings gonna get there. Marines lift up and back away. Everybody's putting some work in. Can target by the ultras maybe. Get some shots on those they run through. A couple ghosts get caught over on the far right hand side. Marines ghost moving about. Siege tank is going to relocate from the main so they can actually knock those Niders down. We'll get to work on it. As long as you start reacting on promptly, you have quite a lot of time to get rid of those Niders, don't you? My tank just fully unsieged and just single targeted down on its own. Very comfortable. Is en masse. Again, it's been kind of the way that Rogue has been playing this ZVT lately. And Lambo is in the works of making a YouTube video to analyze it, guys. So we'll understand it fully soon, I'm sure. Set up some replays. Hopefully we get some good content there on the Lambo YouTube. Things coming across, going to be jumping in towards the bio there. Tank going down, Ghost as well, taking some hits. Again, it's so difficult to just see what you're fighting against when those overseers block your view. It's kind of wild, but that's genuinely kind of the magic of this from Rogue. Apparently makes it difficult to engage with. Locust pop up. Gonna move forward once again. Obviously, it's still overhead here as Locust drop down. They're only gonna take damage in this natural. A Passage bomb on the medevac there. It's gonna go moving around. The Swarm host coming back around the bottom. South Terrace will shoot. Just gonna be seeing one. Turret's already going down. Liberator gonna get shot at. And plus 3 vehicle plating coming through as well. About halfway done. Just gonna see another Nidus coming through on the other side. Ghosts are gonna get that and pick that Nidus up. It's just gonna take that down. A couple of siege tanks sieging up on the side of ByuN. We'll have ourselves the entry taking a lot of shots. I mean, now double Nidus attempting the main base. Tank's gonna get rid of one easily, but the second, maybe not so easy. If he goes, will step up. No, he sieged the tank back up. Nothing's going to pour out of this, but it's a little scary, perhaps. How many overseers are there? 39. It's not cheap, don't get me wrong. Those overseers are a massive money investment, but Rogue clearly believes that they genuinely help him to take fights. Let's see how Locust going to jump up once again. Going to step forward here. Drop on down. The Ghosts continue to get going. A couple of siege tanks firing away. 2 SCVs getting picked off as well. Again, Changelings are going to step out onto the map. May as well use them. Force your opponent to use some APM to clear them up and everything. Have ourselves a bunch of orbitals going to settle up at the top side. Now sat here, 12k, 5k in the bank from Rogue, 7k, 4k on the side of ByuN. Only clearly available on both sides as tanks get rid of another round of Locust. Resources lost, 29 to 21k. It's improved for Rogue. Things have taken a yeah. Rogue is taking some better fights, which is a step in the right direction. As now it goes down, Lingbane coming through, the Overseers move over to the side. Still setting up, just gonna see another round of Locust gonna step forward. Ghost Hellbat on the right side gonna take a step up here as well. Locusts drop in, the Ghost is gonna sit here and just play cleanup. As these Locusts go down, the Hellbat's gonna start the Hell. Blind Cloud's coming here as Rogue has a more successful push forward. A few Ghost Snipes coming through. And as the tanks continue to put in some serious work though, both players will take losses through this. It was what, like 29 to 21k resources lost a moment ago? Now 35 to 24k, so a little bit favorable to ByuN, but not dreadfully so, as Rogue apparently took this location and tried and just mine some gas. Oh, that's so funny. Well, Link's just going to come up the left side, just going to be having ourselves the turn onto these links should be easy. Things will not do too much, as Rogue obviously does want to try and spend some minerals along the way here. As Yo, Cake Machine, thank you so much, by the way, for the 14-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Another Nidus attempt up in the main base as we set that off. Nidus in the upper right as well. It's going to be seen our Locust dropping down. A few of those SCVs are falling. Ghosts continue to fight. As we will see ourselves a couple of Ultras, and those Banelings all continue to come up. Just going to have our Ghosts continue to play cleanup. Now a Nidus over here to have to deal with as well. Still just playing a lot of defense. I think ByuN's issue is going to be he needs to start establishing another base right now. Like, there's not really a lot more time left for him to kind of get another base up and running, because if he doesn't start establishing it soon, I just don't think it ever happens. But at the same time, I mean, it feels like the last couple of fights have been very good for him. Resource loss difference still about 11k. I guess not very good, but reasonably good. 104 is putting some work in. The Nidus in the main base just not being used. Some of these Niduses are getting up, but Rogue does not have units in them to actually utilize it. The Banes roll out one by one to kill a siege tank, guys. I'm not sure that's the most effective use of units we've ever seen. So this was a successful Nidus, but it might have actually been better if it just wasn't successful. More Niduses get up in the main base. ByuN has to deal with this, as he is mining off that far right side base. Focus hop up, a couple of Vikings reducing through. More Lingbane on the way by. Uh-oh, those STVs not going to get caught apparently. They are going to make a transition across to the left side base as well. So ByuN trying to take some extra bases right now. All of those changelings are going to get taken out as well. SCV is going to jump onto the planetary fortress. Bane Overseer flying through in the center. We do have ourselves a couple libs, tanks, ghosts, hellbats. All that continuing up as we used to have now the locusts dropping down. All goes down immediately there. Just going to be seeing all these locusts getting picked. Just move up to the top. Tanks coming about. Hellbat's coming in as well. Hellbat Liberator goes continuing to come through for the moment. More goes from ByuN popping out for now. As we just have 29 minutes here on Oceanborn. We're going to be our current setting point. A couple of ghosts going to whack away. Just going to fire. Liberator's going to siege. Going to see those locusts continue to fly up. That's dropping down. A couple more ghost snipes going down as well. Still got Nidus in the main base. And there's a couple of mules drop into place. Hellbats will step forward and the spore crawlers attack now. ByuN still has a good amount of money, as does Rogue. Feels like these Banes do not trade effectively at all there. That feels like they just rolled into a whole bunch of stuff that was not efficient. Scan comes about, a few more ultras on the way through. Hellbat's coming up as well. He's gonna run to the side, just gonna go pick up a set of rocks. We've seen those locusts continue to drop down, ghosts continue to fight. A few changelings stepping forward, they're gonna get knocked down. As the ghost able to target through a few of those. Those changelings getting picked off by the tank fire as well, though. "31 minutes now in this game. Just going to be seeing 34k to 46k resource loss. Resource loss still fairly close, but ByuN gaining access to a new base is helpful. The problem, I guess the question kind of becomes as well, usually you're used to seeing these resource losses and like, well, actually, that looks pretty good for a Zerg. But how many Zergs have also built 40 Overseers? Like, if you think about how much Rogue has mined on this map, he should have, like, another, like, 3k gas. And it's because he's built 40 Overseers, which, yes, I get it, like, that's his thing right now, but that comes at a cost. Like, he's basically running around with an army, or a chunk of an army, in cost, in Overseers right now. Gonna be an ultra looking to press forward. The Thor is gonna be walking away and picking off a spore crawler. One call gets abducted. Lingbane ultra moving through. The ghosts continue to pull back. Tanks firing away. Planetary fortress in position. And again, ghosts coming down the right side with a few hellbats here. They're gonna go after a bunch of those drones, and drones are gonna take a whole bunch of damage. Damage being dealt right from the get-go. Ghosts still playing cleanup as the hellbats continue to get to work right now. And ultras coming up, Ling's on the way. We just have ourselves the Locust dropping in again. Ghost coming over. Nice fight for Rogue, actually getting rid of a few of these tanks and so on. Planetary Fortress will live, but this was all just Locust, free units. Able to get damage done is always going to be a major plus. That's why he introduced those Locusts as ByuN. By the way, Ink issue coming in right now. He's going to be out of gas very shortly. Only 700 gas remains. Only 700 gas remain. A few of those Locust changelings still getting dropped down. As you do see the tank shots able to chew through a bunch of them. And Ghosts coming up, tanks on the way, Hellbats coming through. The Locusts continue to drop into play here. The tanks, Hellbats gonna get to work. A few of those Locusts still being killed. And Ghosts coming over. Liberators coming through. Let's have ourselves 21 additional Banelings coming in from Rogue. As our spores are set up, Liberators continue to put work in now. We press forwards here. ByuN is going to step onto creep. And then comes back around that right side. Just going to be seeing the medivacs loading up. Purpose to get rid of one of those medivacs. I think ByuN's dying, guys, slowly but surely. He's taking losses that he can't really recuperate from, and there's not really resources left on the map. The only resources left is this base over here. ByuN is well on his way to mining that. I mean, that's true for Rogue as well, but ByuN is not chewing through Rogue's bank because all he's really doing right now is killing off locusts. Although I do wonder if there's a point at which maybe more locusts and more swarmers is not the play, because there's potentially a stage where you say, hey, maybe we should actually make some other units again, because these locusts sometimes don't do much. That's the Ghost catching an Ultralisk, but now going to get chased down by Ling Bane. Medivac's going to have to go in for evacuation mode. We're not splitting on the top side as ByuN gets caught off guard. All of that was to grab an Ultra on a set of snipes. And that was just a mistake made as once more Changelings step into position. Interesting to see Rogue play this late game with no spellcasters and make it work. That's what you think, but did you know the Overseers are the spellcasters? Look at all these changelings just making it difficult for ByuN to move around properly and effectively, as the Locusts are now going to start dropping in. A couple of EMPs coming down on the Overseers as the Bane Ultra there is going to get eaten up alive by siege tanks. Only 3k gas left for Rogue. He doesn't really have any gas left either, so I mean, if ByuN can eat through that next 3k gas, I mean, look at Rogue go, though. 70 Lings in production instead. He's going to turn around here. I mean, this is ByuN actually stepping onto creep and away from his siege tanks, which I think is a mistake. He's going to lose a bunch of units right away. Another Ultralisk goes down. Corruptors are going to try and chase. The Swarm Hosts and ready up to go again, but now you just lost a bunch of your Hellbats, which feels very scary. As the Locusts are going to come in, and I think ByuN is realizing, uh-oh, I need to kind of get away from here. He's going to lift up some of the units in Medivacs to escape, but yeah, he has no answer to this round of Locusts just yet, or not an easy answer. They will go down. 28 new Banes coming up. This base falls. That's the base with the remaining gas on it, 500 and 1.2k, and also, you know, quite a bit of mineral income is available there too. That base is important. Hey, actually over here, whoa, there's 4k gas over here. And 150 minerals. That's so funny. But yeah, that's actually kind of a big deal at this stage. 4k gas available, if you mind that, is genuinely a big factor. I mean, ByuN is completely out of money, so anything he builds now... The thing is, I mean, we are, like, clearing out a couple sets of Banelings away from ByuN being alright, arguably. If Rogue attacks in and these Siege Tanks get the Banelings... I mean, if ByuN forces this to a mineral-only army from his opponent, here come the Banelings and they're stacked up. The tanks, I mean, this is just going to be a mess of a fight. Here come the Overseers as well. So many Banelings roll forwards. And the tanks are going to go down. Rogue is going to rebuild into Ling Ultra. And ByuN fight Ling Ultra? Probably not. 40 army supply, 36 army supply to 168. Rogue is going to win game 2. That means we will not have a tiebreaker, by the way. This will officially mean no tiebreaker possible in terms of, like, actual tiebreaker matches being played. It will not be possible with Rogue having won a map here. As ByuN gives us another of these sit back and don't do much of anything games as the Locusts step forward again and just going to be coming through. Missile turret's going to be firing. We do see the Locust dropping down. And ByuN on his final leg. 69 supply remaining. Not so nice for ByuN, as he really is looking to be kind of down and out on this one. Yeah, good job, Wardy. I'm just going to make all the players play live today. It's going to take like 3 hours. 4.5 hours later, we're still on match 5 out of 6. I'm sorry, players. Don't mean to destroy your schedules and take so much time of your day up. It's your fault. You're playing long games. The Changelings come forward. Just going to be seeing the Viking overhead. A couple more of those Changelings getting grabbed as Ling Bane Ultra continues to gather up. The Overseer is still in the sky. I mean, we are just waiting for Rogue to put the finishing touches on Oceanborn and to round out this match. Yeah, it turns out these guys don't need post-youth to play a 45-minute game. 37 minutes is close enough. Hey, at least it wasn't a draw, though. Yeah, I was talking earlier about a time these guys drawed in recent history. A couple of weeks, I think it was 3 weeks ago now. WardiTV Festival Qualifier it was. Number 2, if I believe. If I remember correctly. Rogue takes it anyways. Enough of me yapping on. Rogue is tied 1-1 against ByuN, and we are going to go to a game 3. Alright guys, game 3 coming up. We're going to go to Alcyone here. As we get this started, let's get Alcyone underway. We're not going to waste much time. Keep these games rolling. As Rogue takes a game. Love that. It's very exciting here, guys. Like I said, 1-1. Big match in the group right now coming through. Move people around, and we will ready ourselves up for this third and final game of this series, guys. Like I say, I'll sign you for the map. ByuN could very easily just sit back and just chill again if he wants to. Yeah, ByuN just decides to give us some long games. What a guy. Everyone's ready. Let's click the start game button and get it going just in case it does become long. If ByuN wins 2-1 and beats Showtime 2-1, then it's a tiebreaker. No, because ByuN beat HARSTEM 2-0, so then Rogue and Showtime would have the same scores. I mean, there would be a tiebreaker, but not one that requires matches to be played, because it would go on map score difference and then head-to-head. So basically, Showtime and Rogue would be on the same map score difference. HARSTEM would be eliminated already because he got 2-0'd, and then Showtime and Rogue had a winner between the two of them, so then we go to head-to-head there. Yeah, the only way you can tiebreaker and actually have matches played, because all the other things are even, is if you go into like a is if someone 3-0s or goes 0-3, because then it's possible the other guys go 3-way tie in amongst themselves with the same map scores, and that would then tiebreak them at either 1-2 or 2-1, depending on if it's a 3-0 or a 0-3 the other player in the group. SCV sets up on the top side. Rex and a gas on the way through as we get settled in here. Just for a couple of moments, we got ourselves the barracks coming through and ourselves set up. We have so one barracks proxied and one barracks back at home, so a little bit of extra aggression on the Reaper opening here out of ByuN is the plan. Got this set up to rumble. As we have the packs will be finished in just a few moments. Again, the spawning pool, the hatch. Coming up on the side of Rogue, he is investing into the gas as well, so the extractor also online. Did that ever happen before? Someone going through the coin toss? Yeah, it happened in DreamHack once. There was a three-way tie, and then they played tiebreakers, and the tiebreakers were, and it basically was equal once again, so it went to another round of tiebreakers, which they tied again, because the same people in the circle of players, this guy would, player A would beat player B, but player B would beat C, and C would beat A, and that just happened 3 times. And then they said, we can't keep doing this, there's a whole tournament to go on, so we're just going to coin flip for 2 players to advance. Someone in the chat will probably know who what she was. And they did indeed coin flip, and guys moved on. This fighting, as again, there's going to be a little bit more aggressive because you have one of those barracks proxied, so the additional Reaper will show up pretty quickly. It's going to be seen grenades go out, drones go down. The Reaper's pulling back. Ties in this are best of 1 though, or coin flip. We do best of 1 tiebreakers, but it won't be needed today. It's now no longer possible because ByuN, even if ByuN wins this, because he would win this 2-1 and he beat HARSTEM 2-0, there's just not a tiebreaker situation that's possible anymore. So yeah, today's tiebreakers are out the window. As our Reapers continue to move through, Link speed coming about, Overlord's coming around. As you have our Queen coming back over, gonna hit an SCV for a couple of moments as well. So a few shots coming through on that, as we do have the CC still coming in. Oh, Baneness from Rogue. Oh my goodness. They're going to try and end the game early. Factory comes forward, just going to get ready to drop down onto the reactor. Well, a couple of Hellions are on the way up. As we get settled down, just going to see. System pack coming through. A few Banes and a few Lings on the way up as well. Obviously waiting for this buzz to happen. 9 Banes morphing in off to the left-hand side. ByuN having Hellions is very good for him here already. 30 moves out, and that means that those units can be caught. He actually plays pretty safely, pulling back here as the Banes continue to morph in. There's a lot of Banes as well as ByuN. He's going to send the Reaper Hellion out to the center because it's taken so long to hit. He probably doesn't think it's really a possibility anymore. He has some Hellions still at home as the Banes are ready to reveal themselves. And this is going to be it as Rogue tries to win this long series against ByuN. Knock himself a place in the playoffs, I think, guaranteed if he wins this, by the way. As the Banes come through, here we go. Banes bust down the first depot. Reactor goes down. The Hellions have work to do here, but the Hellions already going to get surrounded. First one wrapped around, dead already. Now SCVs and the Natural are going down as well. The Hellions in the main base are going to be caught. Banes left over to go hunting SCVs, and they're going to find a lot of damage as ByuN's SCV count plummets here. Some units still blocking the Hellions from coming back in. We're going to put a depot wall down to stop any further Lings coming through, but it's not going to matter. And Rogue says, get out of here, sitting back on your 20,000 command centers. Get out of this series, ByuN. I beat it once. I'm not beating it twice. We're going to end this one nice and quick. GG's. Baneburst wins it. And Rogue is going to finish in this group 2-1, which, like I say, guarantees that he will advance because now ByuN and SHOWTIME 1-1. The winner advances to the playoffs straight up. No nonsense required. The winner advances. The loser is out. So ByuN and SHOWTIME will fight for advancement to the playoffs here in just a few moments. We'll get that ready to go. And we'll get into that in just a few moments. Guys, we'll be back very shortly. More StarCraft 2 continuing. Thank you so much for joining us today. A couple of things to quickly mention before we go to a quick break. First of all, like the video if you're on YouTube. Follow the channel on Twitch. Subscribe on Twitch and YouTube. On Twitch, that costs money. Or do it with Prime on YouTube. That's free. So do check out all of those. And also, just to mention, Space Tales is our sponsor today. We're going to be playing that for an hour at the end of the StarCraft 2. If you want to support the stream for free, !Space Tales in the Twitch chat. I'll even do that for you. Go to their Steam page, wishlist the game. It's a futuristic retro RTS. Pretty fun. We're going to be playing it for another hour today. We already played it for an hour yesterday, so do check that out. Great way to support the stream without doing much. We'll be back in a few with ByuN SHOWTIME coming up. We'll see you guys just after this. Hello guys, welcome back. Thank you for joining us today. It's been a great set of games. I'm memeing around a little bit with obviously, well, not really memeing around. It has been a longer day than expected, and I do feel a little bad making the guys be here for like 5 hours playing games. Usually, like I say, like 3 hours is a good kind of length, and usually that's what 5 best of 3s is. But today, 5 best of 3s is like 5 hours. Sometimes it happens like that, though, you know? Sometimes it happens like that. Can't do much about it, so... We're gonna go to Alcyone to start off this best of 3 between ByuN and SHOWTIME. Second map Site Delta, third map Oceanborn. That's happened multiple times today. Second and third map being Oceanborn and Site Delta interchangeably. Happened a lot today, actually. How's everyone doing again? Welcome to the streams. If you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, it's so great to see you guys. Thank you so much for being here. If you're enjoying the stream, I will just make one little bigger sellout push right now. This is a WardiTV tournament, and WardiTV tournaments are funded by you guys supporting the channel. We cannot run these events. This prize money comes directly out of my PayPal. It's not some magical money that just comes in from someone who's like, hey, WardiTV, run a tournament. This is from my PayPal account. This is because we get paid from you guys to run these things, so... If you are enjoying, I do encourage you to support. Consider checking out if you have a Prime sub available to support the channel. You can support with other subs as well. Obviously, you can donate or cheer if you do so wish as well. On YouTube, you can become a member. You can also super chat and stuff if you want to. I'm not super familiar with the YouTube stuff, I'm not going to lie. I know we've got YouTube memberships, though. Same as kind of Twitch subs. The other way to support tournaments is to check out the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of donations / pledges on Patreon go directly to WardiTV tournament prize pools. So if you want to go and say, hey, look, Wardy, I want to make sure that this, you know, $2 definitely makes it into tournament prize pool, Patreon might be the place for you. Because, you know, even if you don't like me that much and you just want to make sure there's more StarCraft tournaments, Patreon's the place to do it, because we will guarantee 100% of those pledges on Patreon goes into a tournament prize pool. You can check that out again, patreon.com/WardiTV. Thank you so much, Ryan CSR. He's made the whole sellout section worth it as he drops in that Prime sub. Thank you so much. Making my 2-minute spiel about giving WardiTV money worthwhile with the Prime. Thank you so much indeed. Kickstarting this series as we go into our final match of the day, and it's a straight-up battle for a place in the playoffs. The winner of this series goes to the round of 8. The loser is eliminated. There's no map score involvement or anything like that. It's just a straight-up win and you're in, lose and you're out scenario. In the bottom left-hand corner, our red Protoss player is SHOWTIME. As in the top right, our blue Terran player representing the Shopify Rebellion, we have ByuN. Hey, Sirukal, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. Thank you so much indeed. Hope you're doing great. Thank you so much for subscribing to the channel today. Gonna echo the sentiments in chat. I've seen a couple of people from Florida. Hope you guys are safe and keeping well against all the storms. Good luck. Hope it doesn't suck too much. Hope the StarCraft can keep you entertained in what's probably some shitty times. As we do have our probie coming across the map then to scout into this TVP we go. I'm kind of happy because I'm not gonna lie, I'm a big ByuN fan, right? But I am not enjoying casting a lot of these, I'm really not enjoying casting a lot of these ByuN TVZs lately. I'm just going to be straight up and honest about it, because to me, I think it's doubly worse that when I go into a ByuN TVZ, I'm like, oh yeah, ByuN TVZ, we're going to see some micro, we're going to see some action, it's going to be fun. And the last couple times I've casted ByuN in TVZ, he's just been like, I'm going to turn into a brick wall. In fact, it's Halloween season, and this season, this October 31st, I'm going as a turtle. And it's just like, okay, it's a little early to start dressing up as a turtle, but he's taking it very seriously in his TVZs. And, yeah, honestly, I'm just going to be straight up honest. It's not super fun to cast because it's when it goes from, like, minute 1, he's just defensive and not doing much. It's just a very slow-going game, right? So it's not been my most enjoyable to cast. I mean, sometimes those games happen, right? But it just feels like ByuN is just so, like, super forcing them right now, and I'm so used to kind of ByuN games being the opposite of that. So yeah, that's why I'm super excited for this TVP, because even if we get really long games, which is a very good possibility, even if we get some longer games, I think we've got a very good chance of them being very good games. As the Adept comes around, Reaper comes up, Stalker and a Twilight Council in production here from Showtime, so just bringing that into play. Warp Gate continuing, and the Adept is going to go pinging away at that supply depot. So depot will take a few more shots of damage. Again, the Blink is on the way through, the Warp Gate is building. Just going to have ourselves the Copper Marines stepping back and forth for a moment or two also. Adept is going to shade up this ramp as Showtime tries to put on a little bit of pressure in these early stages, tries to see if there's anything super exciting that might come from this. You can see our Adepts continue to move around again. The Marines on the way up, Barracks producing. It's a Marauder that gets added on there as well. Just seeing our Stimpack, Marine, and Marauder all continue to produce right now. So again, a little bit of everything coming through. As the Adept is going to shade up this ramp, not quite going to make it there. As the Adept going to get blocked, so Depot not going to let that go any further. A couple of SCVs come back down to the low ground, and they're going to get set back up as well. Blink continues to build, continues to play. We have that robotics facility coming online as well. So that those couple of Stalkers continue to come about here, so Stalkers setting up. And again, the bunker coming down, Stimpack and Combat Shield continuing to get on the go, the engineering base still producing. And we have ourselves a Marine just patrolling about for a couple of moments. Adept just going to be coming over then, just going to set up for a couple of moments here, get ready to rumble. And the Observer continues to come up and about. Stimpack, Combat Shield, +1 attack coming through. The factory is continuing to build, currently about halfway done. It's that factory halfway through. The Robotics Bay is coming online from Showtime as well. The Gateway coming online. More probes building as we speak. Stimpack now about to complete. We're going to have our Combat Shield also finishing. Scans the main base. That an Observer killer? Yeah, gets the Observer early. It's a nice catch from ByuN. Able to get rid of the Observer is actually a pretty big deal. That's a lot for you, to be honest. Having that +1 attack upgrade, then building, and game is fairly peaceful. ByuN with the fast lead CC is going to start to move that out and into position now. It's going to get that straight across there. See if we can cause some impact as we just see a little bit of Bio stepping forwards, a couple Stalkers taking hits, charging the Observer, continuing to come on through. Another Stalker on the way as well, so we keep on bringing that up and about, getting that going. Bio continuing to fight through onto those Stalkers still. Let's see how Stalker's going to go recalling, but they get caught there, and that's going to be the Bio getting a couple of kills before the recall goes off. Going to see a few more gateways coming down. Stalker's in the center, just going to see Marine getting pushed away. The charge, +1 and extended thermal lands all continuing to come on by. Come back through again, a couple medevacs building up, +1 armors on the way. The armory and engineering bay coming through as well. Stalkers just step up and still going to try and keep the few Marauders back a little bit. Shots coming in, just going to be seeing the +1 thermal lance on the way. Observer goes down. Again, a few Stalkers stepping away for the moment. +1 extended thermal lance still producing. The Colossus is coming up as well. Step moves back out up the left-hand side. He's going to continue to make a bit of a move. Again, +1 armor on the way through. Extended thermal lens coming in. So let's continue to warp. The Ghost Academy building, +2 attack and +1 armor continue to come by. The Bio gets out down to the bottom side here. Check a little scan coming up as well as the Zoldstalker Colossus is also a little bit on the move at the moment. Again, extend thermal lens finishing over the next few moments, so bringing that online. Couple of shots coming out, just going to be seeing our Marauders getting hit, just going to be seeing our Zealots continue to come around. +2 attack and +1 armor still coming up. Robo Facility, Dawn, Shrine, and Zealots is being brought in as well. Ghosts, Vikings, SCVs, Barracks, Starport. All of that continuing up here as our Zealot and everything continues to gather in. It's going to be seeing our ByuN is going to go through and jumping onto a set of rocks already, so just going to jump on in over there. Dark Shrine coming up obviously gives you good harassing opportunities as Showtime as this game progresses. Definitely one thing to keep thinking on. Just going to be seeing the Bio setting up once again, coming around for the moment. Hallucination gonna hit. Just going to be seeing a couple of SCVs going down as well. And 2 upgrades coming about. The Gravitic Drive is on the way. Zealot gets picked off on the Watchtower. Yeah, I'm in Showtime just chilling. The Medivacs around the bottom. Coming over as well. A couple of Disruptors coming up. The Vikings, Marauders coming through. And both players are going to get maxed out. These big drops can absolutely change the pacing of the game. If ByuN can hit in good positions, you can see Showtime immediately on the move to get down to the south side. He's going to try and take position right away here, but he's going to be able to kill off one Medivac. There's still a few units alive in the Medivacs as we EMP the Stalkers. That actually hits the Medivacs as well. Additional weapons. I don't think there's necessarily enough here to really kind of come through and to finish that up. So, yeah, ByuN at the same time is going to go elsewhere, diving in toward the gold base. Now the Zealots over here are going to get jumped on a little bit. The Stalker's blinking forward. ByuN's supply is dropping a little bit as Showtime continues to play the cleanup game. And Showtime's supply 170 to the 160. Looking pretty darn good as we do see a few more units warping in. Zealots keep on coming in. Another Disruptor in production as well. Stalkers are still giving chase, and it is going to be the Bioforce that gets pushed out of there. And again, we see the +3, +2, Shadow Stride, whole building. Disruptor still in production. Extra probes on the way in. Ghosts, Marines, and a Viking building from ByuN. So you bring that all up. The Stalker's still stepping forwards here. Colossus putting some damage in as well. So a few more shots coming about currently. More warpins. It's Dark Temple and a few more Zealots that get brought into play as well. It's just going to get those set up. Well, as this prism sits over here, Showtime's actually making a bit of a serious push up the ramp on the other side. Trying to get through, figure out what the planet is. We have our little Zealot Dark Templar movement in the top left, moving around a little bit as well, figure out what it wants to do. Command Center lifts off, 3 upgrades. Marine Marauder Viking coming in, a couple extra SCVs coming through as well. King's going to step forward once again. Another Disruptor shot going to land for a couple of Marauders. EMP is dropping into position, and again the Bioforce continues to chase. Those DTs continue to take a whole lot of damage. 3 upgrades coming about. Viking Marauders on the way up as well. The shots continue to come through. A couple of the Vikings still coming around as well. Coming up forward again. Just going to see the ByuN jumping onto these DTs. Can these DTs get the base? No, the SCV repair is good enough. However, Showtime, he is winning over here. I mean, that's a necessary save for ByuN when you look at the supply. Like, he's not in a position to be losing a base on top of this. As Showtime continue to try and find those disruptor shots. ByuN splits away from those very nicely. The rest of the units coming over. Is Showtime outmatched here a little bit? I'm scared that if Showtime ends up being outnumbered, he gets chased down, and the chase is not going to end well for him. Good disruptor shot right there. BioStim again. A lot of hurt Marauders on the left-hand side. The Colossus somehow still in the back, just dealing damage, dishing it out. We did kill 30 SCVs during this. The damage is definitely done on the side of Showtime. It's just, like I say, if he lost a lot of units right there, and then maybe you go across the map as ByuN, maybe then Showtime sees some issues. That doesn't seem as though it's going to be the case, though. It looks as though Showtime is able to hold his own on this side of the map and is looking good to take out Alcyone and take a 1-0 lead in this best of 3. So let's keep moving forward. The ByuN are going to take damage, and that's going to be GG from ByuN. And Showtime takes the first map of the series, so Showtime gets a 1-0 advantage, a 1-0 start. And we will head into a game number 2 with our Protoss player looking to go into that playoffs. Into those playoffs. My words are failing me towards the end of the day now. As we get ready for game number 2, the map is going to be Site Delta. And this series comes into a straight-up situation where the winner will advance to the playoffs and the loser is out. And unfortunately for HARSTEM, that series against Showtime map win against Rogue was not good enough to see him through. So he's already confirmed eliminated. And like I say, will it be Showtime or ByuN to join him? So far looking like ByuN, but let's just game 1 of a series. Showtime's been very good PvT lately, though. I really enjoy watching Showtime's PvT. I think it's one of the... It's very satisfying to watch because it's not, like, super cheesy or anything. It's, like, just straight-up solid Protoss versus Terran. Really good defense, great splitting, great ways to kind of find ways to deal damage and then knowing when to move out with the army as well. Showtime has been so on point in this matchup lately. Pleasure to watch as of late. What's up, Zotolo? How you doing? Hello. Good to see you today. As we jump into Site Delta in the top left-hand side, it is going to be our Red Protoss. It is Showtime. Up a game and a map away from playoffs. In the bottom right, our blue Terran player from the Shopify Rebellion, we have ByuN. A lot of great players in this event, by the way, guys. Tomorrow we'll be back for Group B of the competition. Zaun, Wayne, Spirit, and Max Pax. Next week we have Kua, Shin, Clem, Trap, Hero, Solar. Bus 1, I actually don't know who the final invite's going to be just yet. I've had a couple people turn me down. So, yeah, just gotta figure that out, you know. Hope soon. Thank you so much for the 4-month resub on the Prime as well. Super appreciate it. We are past the 850 sub count, guys. The road to 900 and the long road to 1,000 is kind of happening a little bit. I say it's been a long time since we had 1,000 subbies, so it's definitely a long road, but maybe not an impossible one. Kind of crazy, honestly. Kind of crazy. Going about a little bit of movement on the go. Samurai gonna hit. We're gonna take some damage. Have ourselves the Marines. Cyclone continue to come through. Twilight Council in production as well. And Center coming online as we get that underway. That moves it back up. Marines and the Cyclone continuing through. We'll be seeing the Warp Gate and the Twilight Council coming about. Orbiter's going to move over again. Medevac and the Cyclone building up here. Got ourselves settled in for a couple of moments as the Blink and the Warp Gate continue to produce. Medevac drop, obviously, that's going to come with the Cyclone. This might be what ByuN needs. Some damage early. Going to get under Showtime's skin early in the game. Get through those defenses and make it tough for him to set up later. As we do have the third Nexus already started, so Showtime definitely set up a little bit greedily. Love this step forward and jumping onto a couple units already. There's no battery here. So Showtime kind of needs to clean this up with, well, quickly, basically. The longer this goes on with no battery, the worse it's going to be for you, as we are going to see the Cyclone lifts are very good, and that's the issue. If you're shooting at that Cyclone and not killing it, that's a lot of potential damage that you've just completely missed, and that's where the Micro of the Terran goes a long, long way. Now, we have kept the probes alive throughout this so far. Finally, a couple get shaved off, as we're going to see the 4 Stalkers now actually having trouble with their own SimCity. Difficulty to move through, obviously, these choke points and so on, and that's creating issues. We're going to see the Medevac getting dove on. Cyclones were in it for a second there. That could have been dangerous, as 7, 8 probes have gone down. We're going to get rid of a Cyclone here, as there's one Medevac with a Cyclone still in the top, but there's actually a Stalker there to deflect. Actually, very nice to have that Stalker there, as that is going to be Showtime, losing 10 workers off the initial attack. Now, this is where you can say, well, maybe that fast third is going to pay for this a little bit. Maybe that can bring you back a little bit, for example. So some possibility there. Stalkers will set up. Medevac going to get caught in the corner. Stalkers just going to set up again, charge and a few probes on the way. The pylon coming up as well. There is going to be the Robobay and Forge building up on the side of Showtime, so we're just going to get that through. Charge building up. A couple extra gates are going to come down. Still got that stim pack and that +1 continuing in, as we have on the top side the Auto Turret now coming through as well, as that Raven starts to look to add more damage. When that stim and +1 finish, we're really going to figure out just how much all of this is done, right? That's going to be the time at which we can say, oh, right, that's how dead Showtime is, or, oh, hey, look, looks like that wasn't so bad for Showtime because he's got enough to hold on. That's going to be the real test and challenge. That's going to be what we are going to be figuring out. A little bit of ByuN, a couple of tanks coming down here. Auto drops in, a couple of probes going to take damage as well. We're just going to be seeing ourselves a couple of probes going down. So damage being dealt, 3 workers being killed. That's really, really solid stuff. As you see, our Stalkers are going to get rid of another Marine. Force Field's going to try and hold that off. Showtime trying to buy time. Problem is Colossus Pops is a good answer to the Marines, but is it a good answer to the tanks? The tank should be able to zone that Colossus in a big way. And it should be able to create issues. I'm going to step onto this third base, and I think Showtime is just going to be in a lot of trouble. Pops the super battery early, as he figures out he does have charge. Blinks in, going to focus the siege tanks with the Stalkers. But the Zealous deal with the Bio for a little bit, and now maybe the Colossus showing up can make this a defense? I mean, like I say, not a bad idea in terms of the order in which Showtime defended this, because getting rid of the tanks then lets the Colossus show up at the right time, and then it's kind of a hold for the moment, so that's pretty neat. Oh, wouldn't mind hit. Stalker going to take damage. Bio continues over as well. Another Stalker going down. little bit of bio coming across. Medivacs coming over again. Stalkers, Colossus, and Zealot all gathering in. 2 Vikings and 2 Marauders building up on the side of ByuN, so we continue to bring that up. The Marines also coming into production currently. And those Stalkers will knock down a Widow Mine, so it gets cleaned up immediately. It gets taken out and away for the moment. Well, you know what, ByuN? Like I say, tried to break through that third base, but Showtime has honestly a pretty darn good defense. Probably one of the only defenses you're going to get to stay alive in that situation. ByuN is up about 13 army supply. Showtime is only just now getting Colossus number 3, but most importantly, only just now getting Extended Tumble Lance. So, still doesn't have range to help protect us. He's out of position. He's off to the left. Super Battery activates as that Nexus is going to get right-clicked down, and that's a free pick-off for ByuN. And Showtime just says, no, I'm not doing this without a third base. He's already on the edge of kind of being in this game. Like, he's just about done enough to be in it. And then you lose the third base just like that. You don't get anything out of it. I think it's an understandably quick GG. As we're going to go to one final map. Nothing better than one final game to decide who is going to go to the playoffs. Getting to go to all 3 games. Beautiful stuff. Let's head into this and see what is going to go down. Be here on Oceanborn, alright. The micro potential and the initial cyclones and that medevac, it just gives you so much possibility in terms of what you can do as a Terran. It's so powerful. Winner of this game goes to the playoffs, as mentioned, guys. Will it be Showtime? Will it be ByuN? I was really enjoying Showtime. He got to the playoffs of our last event very comfortably. Looked great in the groups, and he just died to Nightmare in the playoffs, and it was so sad because I was really expecting a big run out of him. Came in, started this day off, you know, looked good against HARSTEM. I mean, we were like a minute away from being like, yep, Showtime 2-0, and then HARSTEM turned it around. And Showtime did clinch it out against Rogue, needs to now turn it around against ByuN. That was so long ago. Again, it's kind of ridiculous to think how long the some of those matches took. That's okay. That is the way of things sometimes. We get into game number 3, deciding map. Oceanborn to send one of these players to the top 8 of the WardiTV October out of Group A. In the bottom right-hand corner, the blue Terran player from the Shopify Rebellion, the player to tie this up after trailing in the series so far. It is ByuN. Top left, our red Protoss is going to be Showtime. Gas comes down and gets settled in. I got a gate coming up, barracks coming through. Let's see if you're going to come and chase the probe around a little bit as well. It's just going to come through with that for the moment. Oh, life on end. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting the stream today. Thank you, thank you. Probe comes over, heading back towards the upper left-hand side. Nexus coming through. The Cybercore is coming up. And another probe coming about as well for the moment here. As we just have ourselves the Tech Lab coming through, the Refinery coming about. Probe gets all the way back up to the top left-hand side. So probe getting back over there. Back for the moment, getting home. Definitely going to start moving out as well. ByuN's gone into that Tech Lab and that conquest of shells. That's exactly what you don't want to be running into with that Adept as it moves across to the other side of the map. Adept shows up, it gets pushed away. I think I'm going to have our concussive shells and Marauder on the way through. The factory is coming up also right now, bringing that all into play for the moment. And our factory is about to complete, so ByuN will have the follow-up to that as well. As the Adept is returning home, so that's good news. Might even go and try and catch this Reaper a little bit. Next couple of moments, an opportunity. Adept going to shade around a little bit. And a couple of Adepts, going to be having ourselves the shots being done. Just gonna have ourselves a blink coming up. Robot facility coming in from Showtime. Reaper fires a hit off on a pylon. SCV's coming in. Just gonna have ourselves the starport coming up as well. And we're tied 1-1 here. Final map is one that decides who gets to go to the round of 8 and who does not. Tough call, man. I mean, Showtime and ByuN, both players want to go to the round of 8. I'm not sure what first or second place situation is. I'm not sure if you win this, you're in first, or if you're in second, or what the case is there. Might depend on who wins, to be honest, in terms of map score potential and so on. So, might come down to that. We'll just figure that one out, obviously, when the match finishes. Otherwise, we're looking at possibilities for not really much reason. Obviously, first and second is mostly just a seeding difference into the playoffs. So you finish first, you play against someone in second place. You finish in second, you play against someone that finished in first place. All of a different group, obviously. Starport gets the reactor going as ByuN sets into bio play. Has got the 2 Widow Mines in the medevac to try and harass with initially. A Reaper still set up as well. Adepts is going to step it up. We are going to be seeing our Robobay, Forge, Nexus, Probes. All of that continuing in at the moment here from Showtime, so we get all of that on the go. Reaper is going to set up as well. We do have our 2 Widow Mines in the medevac up to the top. And potentially ready to come and drop those through into the main base and further over the next little while. Moving up, bunker is going to be full of units. They're going to pop out at the moment. It's just going to see ourselves and observe again, sniped down by those Marines. Plus 1 attack and charge coming through as well. Sentry on the way up. Extra gateways are coming through. 2 probes on the way from Showtime as well, as we just have this coming in. Just going to come through. Stalker's going to get chased about. Zell going to get hunted. Just going to be seeing the battery coming up. Just going to be seeing the bio. Just going to jump onto this super battery. He's just going to keep that Zell alive for a little bit. So ByuN's going to start targeting it. Just as the Colossus shows up, Colossus is going to struggle to get into range. Those probes should pull back. They're letting the bio units keep on kiting while dealing damage. Seeing our +1 attack. Our charge on the way through. A couple of sentries being added on it as well. And +1 attack. Also on the upgrade board, so as you see, Bio just going to step up a little bit. So Colossus getting pushed back. Now this Nexus taking damage also. Whoever wins this should be in first, because ByuN wins on map score and Showtime wins on head-to-head. That sounds about right, actually, because ByuN had the 2-0 over HARSTEM. It's the only 2-0 of the day, so yeah, that would make perfect sense. Showtime has the head-to-head. That would make a lot of sense. Alright, well, Bio jumps into the top. Pylon is going to go down. Combat Shield is going to be on its way up, as Showtime so far has been able to pretty decently push this back. Obviously lost a battery in the process, but that's the whole point. The battery buys you enough time for the Colossus to get there and the defense to be made. Showing you just how tight the timings are in this matchup. Oh, a little catch there. A couple of units actually getting dropped off and killed. We're going to recall 2 Colossus and a Stalker and a Sentry. That's probably just good enough with a couple of Warpins, especially as units are going to pop out a couple at a time. ByuN immediately just lifts up. He did force the recall. That does put that onto cooldown, so there is a benefit to that still. Right now, those 3 Stalkers just stuck in that top corner, making sure the Widowmine doesn't get a chance to, Widowmine drop doesn't get a chance to do anything. Well, a few Colossus continue to come over. What's going about? Again, we do have Vikings on the way, Marauders and Ghosts coming through, +1 armor building. From ByuN as well, obviously with Viking Ghost, we see that ByuN is very happy to start sending this into the later stages of the game. So again, that's set up immediately here, as we do have the extra Stalkers and Azella coming through, +2 attack is halfway done, disruptive production continues. And then +2 attack over halfway done, the armory coming up, Vikings and a Ghost on the way as well. Continue to bring that into position now. Hey, the Widowmine drop finally comes back in. I love the position of it as well, but Showtime's still aware that it's there. Just pull the probes. Couple of zealots on the way. He's going to have the cannon. Should cover the majority of the natural, so that Widowmine does not drop off. He's going to keep it to the sides. ByuN knows it can still maybe be an annoyance at a later stage. Showtime's supply here and now, though, is looking pretty fantastic, and he's ready to just push on forwards. Masses of zealots. A few Colossus in there, too. Viking count not super high yet from ByuN, only at 4. And the first Disruptor also in this army. Showtime with a heck of a push coming in. Obviously, got to figure out how you fight this, because you want to make sure units don't spend too much time hitting the, orbital or anything. First SCV start to go down. A couple force fields go down as well. Try and keep ByuN's army back. As Showtime will just say, yeah, I'll just take some free pickings on the sides. But I actually think he should be looking for more straight-up fights. See another Disruptor shot fires. Ghost goes down. A couple of Vikings are going to get shot down as well. 19 SCVs went down there. As the Zealots get chased away, you're going to turn around with the Colossus. I mean, 20 SCV is already huge. That third base still being lifted up again, and the Colossus is able to fight from afar. He did a great job of neutralizing some of the initial Vikings. He's going to do the same again here as he blinks forward. He didn't right-click the first Viking, though. He gets rid of 1. Now he's going to get rid of 2. There's still nothing touching the Colossus as Showtime has a Disruptor shot that doesn't go for much, but it doesn't need to. The third base is pushed back. Another Disruptor shot that doesn't go for much. Most importantly, these Colossus are still here. These guys have been heroic. 14 kills, 9 kills. And I'm sure the other one had a bunch of kills as well, as ByuN says GG. And after a grueling few matches from ByuN, he is not going to make playoffs. Showtime is going to advance out of this group. And as we just presumed and figured out a little bit, it is going to be in first place as well, because he will have the exact same map score as Rogue, exact same results, and only he lost to HARSTEM. Rogue beat HARSTEM. Obviously, Showtime beat Rogue, and that's the difference. The head-to-head is going to go in Showtime's favor. ByuN misses out by a match win and then some map score as well. 1 and 2 ByuN, but 4 and 4 on the day is kind of brutal. It was a really fun group. I knew this group A was going to be a banging one. I knew from the very beginning it was going to be a lot of fun, and it was exactly that, as that is going to be GG's. Guys, what we're going to do now is we are going to have ourselves our sponsor. We're going to be checking out Space Tales for the next hour. It's an RTS game, and if you check out their Steam page, you can wishlist it today. There's also a free demo available, so you can check it out and play it for yourself, see how it feels, see what you're thinking. So do check that out on the Twitch channel. That's what we're going to be continuing to stream with live on Twitch. We are going to be putting the YouTube channel down now for the day, guys. We'll be back tomorrow with the YouTube. As tomorrow we'll be back with this Group B. MaxPack, Zound, Spirit, and Wayne. We're going to get some of the Wayne matches done early, and then we're going to move into all of the others a bit further down the line. Finishing off with that Zound, MaxPack, Zound, Spirit series. Should be a lot of fun. Zound's been looking good. Spirit's obviously on fire. Wayne can cause upsets. That should be a fun Group B tomorrow, guys, as Showtime and Rogue into the round of 8, and we'll look to see who joins them. So again, thank you so much for joining us so far today. We will again be turning the YouTube channel off. If you want to support the stream for free, check out the sponsor by simply just watching the stream now. And obviously, checking them out on the Steam page as well. We'll go get that set up. And yeah, let me just change category and stuff. Cool, I'm just going to set that up on Twitch. Perfect. All right, YouTube, thank you so much for watching on YouTube. I will see you guys next time. Bye. Going to turn the YouTube channel off. Bye, YouTube. Bye, 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 bye.